had more spells.
Spells. Right. Spells.
I've got some sorcery points to work with, so I can buy myself like one more spell. But I've only got 2 spell slots right now, guys. So
I gotta get my
Happens.
yeah, no, I mean, I don't regret the way I've used any of my spell slots. They were all quite effective.
Okay, let me know when you're streaming.
We are good.
Alrighty. So, you guys just finished your converse. You guys are coming back from being on the where you fought the gargoyles, and you guys saw that
The observatory, right?
yes, that's the word. You found a telescope thing pointing out into the marsh, where I believe it was Tucker who looked in and saw that there are in fact 2 black dragons, not 1, in the marsh.
Yeah. I thought that was me who did that.
It might have been you. I forget who it was. I know someone did.
I remember my funny accent relaying this information.
Okay, so it's you. But either way,
It's not important.
yeah. And they were going in opposite directions. Asbardros is no longer in this area. He has gone off to do his own thing. You guys met an Otiug, made friends with him.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, this thing right up here.
I thought that was an OTUG when I was trying to remote in, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, that's an Otiug. And you've promised him some bullywugs.
Okay.
You have only brought him 1 so far, and he wants them alive. Or close to being alive, like having died within the last couple minutes, like half hour. Not any of these, like, month-old dead ones that Harold had in his pocket. But as you guys are exiting the central tower here,
Don't forget about the incredible gambling.
Oh, that too. There was some
I
incredible gambling.
I hustled a bunch of these frogmen out of
a lot of
an
money.
Enormous chest full of gold.
All right.
About what was it? 500 pounds of gold that we've stashed away, and I have with the alarm spell.
I believe that we decided that you guys were gonna rearrange bags of holding right when you guys got out of here, and Harold's bag of holding, the bag of devouring, the stocking, can hold enough weight that it can hold this this chest if he's the one that puts it in.
That's good. We'll have to discuss that later, because I cheated those frogs out of that money fair and square.
What I'm saying is, before anything more goes on, that you guys are going to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the chest is now in a bag of holding of some kind.
Okay.
Good to know.
In character, out of character, Limus is interested in a bag of holding, but I don't know how bags of holding actually work. I know that there's an amount of space inside of it that you can safely like store stuff, but what is the volume? Like the total volume? 64 cubic feet.
I'll send you. Here's the information for you, Kenny.
I think Chris just
I believe it was 64 cubic feet.
It is. I have linked it for you.
Perfect.
It is a bag of holding.
500 pounds, not exceeding 64 cubic feet.
The bag itself weighs 15 pounds, regardless of its contents.
Interesting. Okay. I think Limus wants one.
That's fine. You guys already have 3 of them, I think? 2 or 3?
Yeah.
All of which are with Harold.
The bag of holding. I have something that's much flashier and much less efficient.
Oh, there's also. Does someone have? I forget if I gave Harold a portable hole. There's also portable holes.
Portable holes.
But anyways, as you guys are putting away the last of the chest, you see Snapjaw walking across the courtyard and ducking into the smithery, where you guys were trying to teach the kobolds how to, or not kobolds, lizardmen, lizard folk, how to forge weapons.
Oh. Yeah, Limus is useless on that one.
On what?
Useless as you feel.
Teaching people how to forge.
No, that happened already. We're
Oh.
going to meet up with him.
Oh, okay, got it. I will follow along then.
For sake of simplicity, we're just going to stay on the same floor, but you are one floor higher.
Okay.
Just so I don't have to move all these lizard folk. So if you guys want to pile into this room down here.
Sure. Got to figure out where we are.
In the center.
Hmm?
That center tower thing on the first floor.
Oh, there I am. Thank you very much.
Okay. So when you get in, Snapjaw looks at Roland. Ah, my friend, you came. Good. Good.
Yeah, of course. If I said I'm going to do something, I'm going to do something.
He turns to the other lizard folk assembled, who are looking on skeptically because, you guys are wearing cultist robes right now. And he starts telling them about the great things that you've told them that you've done, how you've promised to help them get rid of the bullywugs that are infesting their lands, and how the signs have finally aligned that it's time for the uprising to start. And they start cheering, and you see each of them reach under a pile of debris or rusted out armors or the stuff that you investigated originally, Harold. And you see them pulling out brand new glistening weapons, like super sharp, ready to go. Yes. So Gajar chimes in that there's a tentative alliance right now. That if you bring bullywugs to the trash chute, the Otiag in there will gladly accept it as food. Why is there a gargoyle down on this floor?
Gagorl.
Also, the owl needs to go with Roland. So all the lizard folk grab, whatever weapons, shields, things that they've squirreled away, and they start arming themselves and everyone around them. You hear some commotion outside, as you assume the ones that are outside the walls of the castle have begun fighting. But there we go. And the lizards are also being utilized. But yeah, you hear the start of what you are assuming amounts to war starting. Snapjaw looks at all of you and lets you know that you are free to do as you will. He gladly accepts any help you are willing to give in defeating the bullywugs. because without you guys, he is not able to do it. He knows that. And yeah, what are you guys gonna do? You hear commotion in the castle after, the bullywugs start up, screaming outside. Bullywugs from the rooms nearby jump out. The lizard folk have since run out. And war is upon this castle.
Yeah, Limos will definitely go looting. Sounds like a good time.
You need a zombie. Did I bring it over from the previous page?
Where's my character sheet?
Didn't, but I'll go there. Which one are you pulling out? You have a hurt one and a not hurt one. Okay. I thought you had two. There were two on that page, that's why. But yeah, assume there is combat happening everywhere. I'm not going to be moving pieces for every little fight. Zombie. Oh, zombie. There you go. That's right, you fed the other one. That's right. You have control of the zombie. And yeah. You see cultists out and about trying to fight off some of the lizard folk. This door has since been broken. And you can see that inside are other giant lizards.
You can't hear Alex? We can hear Alex.
I can't.
Said anything.
I think it's the TV in the background, if
maybe.
anyone. Which is.
What's going on?
We might be able to, it's picking up probably your TV or something in the background, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't hear it. It's just making your icon light up on Discord, so Tucker thinks he can't hear you.
Yeah, that might be it. I'm listening to some music.
Yeah, no worries. Cool.
Yeah, so you guys gonna join some fighting? Are you gonna take this time to go run into the marsh?
Gajar is taking Limus to go loot. I just don't know where that's taking place.
Okay, so you're going to the marsh.
Quick loot, and as soon as we're back, going to the basement.
Yeah, so going off of that, as you guys are running out into the actual marshlands area, you let Limus know that he needs to turn into something aquatic, so that you can, swim through what little marsh needs swimming through.
Good point. What do we have?
But
something.
As you're running through the castle, you see that the lizard folk have gotten onto their lizards and are making significant damage in the bullywug number.
Any big snake?
I was gonna say big snake or eel.
Snake lets you still be on land if you need to.
Big snake still has land speed.
All right, yeah, we'll go big snake, giant constrictor shape snake.
Yep. I'll bring that over in a second. Just putting everything outside. Okay, and everyone else is everywhere. You were a snake on this map? No. What map was it? This You remember when you were a snake? What map you were on?
I know I was a
I'm a
snake.
Oh,
snack.
I found it.
Okay.
I'm a snack.
I'm a snake.
I was one map off. So, Limus, you're not here currently because you're a snake. Okay, sure. I'm gonna put you on his back. And you guys head off into the marsh. Having gotten a list of what people wanted or hoped to see. You know, because you've heard that dragons tend to stockpile magical things.
Mm-hmm.
You don't quite understand how it works.
Big dragon have magic stuff.
And yeah, so you guys are heading off in the direction of the swamp cave thing for the dragon. While that's happening, what are the two of you that are left in here gonna do? What are you gonna fight? You want to just do a couple rounds of combat while they're doing their thing?
Sure. Yeah, I'll poke my head out and launch a few firebolts.
Okay. Just roll your attack. Firebolt has attack rolls, right?
Yeah. You know what though? I'm gonna work with some Toll the Deads instead.
Yeah, that's fine. You definitely see, as you're looking out, you see plenty of bullywugs that have been injured. You know, still fighting, but they're definitely hurting.
Yeah.
Um,
Cool. So that's a wisdom saving throw. My spell save DC is a 15.
so we're going to assume that you do, a few of them.
Yeah. They're cantrips. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
cast them until someone realizes and looks at me too angrily, and then I'm gonna be like, it wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, mass combat. You in the chaos, you're able to get off about 4 or 5 of them. And all but one fail. So you
Nice.
see a couple just drop dead. They were close to dying, and your told dead was enough to drop them. Harold, you're focusing on the cultists that are coming out. Okay. It just so happens that one of the cultists or a couple of the cultists are nearby. So you are able to start beating on them. I do see a couple lizard folk do go down, as expected by a raid. Are you near a computer at all, Chris, or no? Well, obviously, because you're typing, but are you able to do your attack roll stuff?
Yes. Is it just
Okay.
this one cultist?
Assume there's like a couple per pug.
Okay.
So you can do like 4 attacks in the time that it took Roland to do his few Toll the Deads.
For me and zombie, or 2 zombie, 2 me?
Do 2 and 2. We'll say
Okay,
there's 2
so-
cultists per pog.
So we'll do 2 zombie slams.
Okay, that's a hit. That is not a hit, but in his stumbling, he does hit a bullywug
Okay.
who is lying on the ground. One of the cultists does look hurt, and the other one still looks fine.
Yeah, I'll toss off level 1 witch bolt.
Yeah, you're able to kill off the unhurt one because you acted with your zombie, so you assumed you could take care of one of them. So that your first bolt kills off the big one that was unhurt.
Okay.
Roll to see if you hit the second one.
Oof.
You do not. You actually hit yourself.
What? Rude.
It's a backfire of magic.
It's the opposite of what you wanted.
How much damage you making me take? You're doing me to roll, damn.
Roll what the spell does. Yeah, you're
All right.
fine. You do see Snapjaw in the middle there, just sword swinging around, killing off swaths of bullywugs, cultists alike. You see them mainly focusing the bullywugs, but if a cultist gets in the way of a sword, they go down. At some point, this wall back here that you guys walked by and could hear guard drakes behind, it gets broken down, and they jump into the mix. They're attacking whoever. Cultists, lizardfolk, bullywug alike. They have freedom now, so they're willing to try and get it. The bullywugs are getting thrown into the Otiug's pit whenever they can. A couple lizardfolk have ended up in there as well, but it happens. Making room on the battlefield, so yeah. So Tucker, I'm gonna need you guys to roll me a couple perception checks along the way, just so you're keeping an eye on the skies, make sure they're not coming back.
Okay, here I was coughing, thinking you could hear me this whole time.
Nope.
Well, first one's not great. Second one's much better.
Okay, and Kenny, you can also do these.
Sorry, what kind of roll?
Perception.
Perception.
And your passive perception is just...
Your generic observation stuff.
No, it's 10 plus your bonus, right?
If it's 10 plus your wisdom mod,
Yeah, it's 10 plus.
and
wisdom.
if you're proficient in it, you also add that in to your passive.
24.
Not trained, not proficient. All right, roll one more.
18.
All right, so between two of you, you guys managed to avoid, vultures circling around carcasses and getting attacked by them. You avoid a couple will-o'-the-wisps that seem to try and entice you, but you guys are dead set on getting to this dragon's lair. Along the way, you guys take care of a couple bullywugs,
Hell
a couple cultists. They're not cultists, just bullywugs. And you at one point you thought you heard a crocodile behind you, but you managed to evade them. And in front of you is the dragon's lair. If you guys are heading inside, I will need. Even though you guys don't see the dragon, I assume you guys are going to be stealthy.
I'm absolutely still going to roll stealth. As we approach it, just in the sake of easiness of everything, Kajar's going to think at Limus. Like, do you want to go in yourself, or do you trust me to do it myself? Nod for go with me. Shake your head for trust me.
Limus nods.
All right. Then you making a stealth too, then.
Okay. Does a giant constrictor snake have a stealth roll?
Good question.
Stealth is a dex roll? Dex?
It is.
Oh, son of a bitch. I am not off to a good start today.
I guess Dex.
Wait,
Dex,
hang on.
Dex.
You
Is
still
it-
have. You still
is-
also have my inspiration from last session.
Is it to avoid this is to avoid being seen, yes?
In your eyes, yes, because you're assuming that there is a dragon inside there.
Fuck yeah, taking advantage. 18. And fuck it, I'll blow the inspiration too. Let's see if I can't make that a 20.
A giant constrictor does not have.
Yeah.
Yeah, 22.
So I guess I'm reverting to Limus and just making my stealth roll.
Or you still have your snake stuff.
Not if I'm going.
Your
If I.
your dex is still a 14, so it'd still be a +2.
All right, I'll stay snake and see how that goes.
I don't want you to use up both of your
18.
shape changes.
Yeah, see? 18 works fine.
Okay.
So you're able to quietly slither between piles of coins. I forget what Black Dragon's hoard.
Stuff from ancient cultures that doesn't degrade over time.
Okay. So you see not tapestries in the sense of cloth tapestries, but like tablets depicting, great battles in the past and other such depictions in different various mediums that looking at it could withstand the passage of time. But as you guys are slithering through the horde, Tucker, you find what is on your list.
Yeah, Mage Hand gonna reach out and not leave any official fingerprints or footprints, apparently, because we're sticking with the big old snake.
Oh, you're leaving slither prints.
Yeah, but that's not a foot, so that's fine.
That
He's
is
not a
true.
slug. He's not a slug. He doesn't have feet. He doesn't have a single foot. My point being that my small amount of meta knowledge is gonna be really hard for this dragon to track us down at lower levels, but really satisfying when he catches us later.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But
You're
yeah,
pretty sure you're very efficient at what you just did.
yeah, gonna mage hand away just a few items. I don't think it specifically says what the ornaments have to be.
We
We can determine what they look like when you hand them out.
Oh nope, it can it's just a wearable accessory. That's
Okay.
that's the description, and then it lists things that have nothing to do with each other. So it really is just a wearable accessory.
Okay. So you guys managed to leave. You're quite a distance away from the cave when you hear wings coming from the direction that not the dragon that was in this cave coming back. So the other one. Not in your area, but you can hear it in the distance. And yes, you are far enough away that they don't notice it. They just see a snake slithering through the marsh, if they even see you.
Big ol' snake-o.
Back to the castle. I'm just gonna start moving things into the Otiug pit that have died. You've seen a couple of guard drakes go down, some lizard folk are starting to fall, but equal numbers, if not greater numbers, of bullywugs go down. The combat from outside seems to have died down, and the lizard folk have started streaming into here from the outside, taking care of the bullywugs that are in this entranceway at this point. And pretty much the castle is in chaos. What have you
Do you want me to post the thing now?
on the general?
Yeah.
Or campaign info or whatever. Yeah, you can. So Kenny,
Yeah.
when you guys get back, in the general is the item that Tucker got for you.
Okay.
As Tucker said, an ornament is a wearable thing, so Alex and Chris, you guys can figure out.
I put the examples in the bottom.
Yeah, you guys can choose what that item is, like look wise. And Kenny as well. And yeah, so before they get there, you guys have, what have you guys been up to while they've been away?
Interesting.
Obviously, fighting in this area, but have you tried exploring more of the castle while also fighting?
I am gonna fight my way towards where I'm fairly certain Gajar said Resmir's room is.
Too bad I don't deal any types of damage like that.
Tucker, where are you reading this stuff about the stirring effects only lasting a year? Because I don't see that in the item descriptions.
Is it specific to Fizbins?
Yes. A horde
Yeah,
item can grow.
I'm-
A horde item grows in power by absorbing ancient magic from the dragging horde. So too can the treasures fall back into slumber. If no creature is attuned to the horde item, and that item isn't in a dragon's horde, the item decreases by 1 state every 30 days until slumbering.
Oh, okay. If it isn't attuned, it.
Yeah,
Yes.
if you attune to it, you keep it. If you don't attune to it, it drops a stage until it's slumbering, but it always keeps the slumbering effect.
Interesting.
Once magic, always magic.
Uh,
Yeah, Chris, you managed to find your way to the area.
Okay.
If you scroll straight down, the green splotched room is her room. It is absolutely destroyed. Some things look like they were. I believe you tried to fix a couple things to make it not as. You made it look on purpose.
No, I made it look like the trap went off accidentally.
That's what I meant. In the sense that it wasn't triggered by anything. So when you walk in, everything looks like. As you look around, it looks like the dresser that her clothes were in tipped over and had jostled the other door open, which caused, you assume, vials of acid to explode out.
Okay. Is there anything salvageable in this mess?
As you look around, you're pretty sure that Kajar would have picked up anything before this happened.
Okay. Because if I can't steal any of Resmir's stuff, then I'm just going to go back and keep fighting more cultists.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely made sure that acid was on anything of value.
And as you're looking through the other rooms in this area, because you were told that basically the whole floor was her room, it looks pretty well like everything is dirty. Like
Does she
literally
have a
everything you could touch is dirty.
Does she have a writing desk?
All the papers are dirty. Not
Dirty
written.
doesn't mean-
Not
dirty doesn't
written
mean
on.
writable on. Right.
No, but they look dirty.
That's fine. I will write her a note and go back and fight more cultists, and I'll message you the note.
That's fine. Yeah, so the cultists start. Make perception checks, people that are fighting.
Does that include me now?
No, this is right before you guys get here.
I'm just checking.
All right. Remembering my +1 to all of my checks allows me to roll this at a 0. I'm going to use my 15.
I got a 16.
Oh, wait. You know what? I'm not, because I forgot that my bird is here too and will also be making one of these checks.
Okay.
Give me a moment. Sorry, I forgot about my owl, and I need to look up what my owl's stats are real
I
quick.
hear an echo.
So interesting. I don't know where Asbarajos's piece went.
There we go.
Did you throw him into the pit?
+1.
That's
and
what I'm
15.
looking, but I don't see it. I don't remember who
Wow!
Very nice.
Incredible. Yeah, no, I will use that 15. Why not? I'll use the
Uh,
15 there on the bird's second roll, so it's a so it's a 16 total.
that 15 is the last number you had rolled, right?
Correct. That is my second saved roll for the day.
Okay, just want to make sure that I remembered that. Well, the bird points to you. Some words. Oh, I found him. Okay. He points towards the cafeteria area, and it's early on in the combat that you notice this. But combat is happening, so you don't really have time to tell people until it's starting to slow down. But you saw Asbara Joss duck into this door over right here, and
Okay.
and you see him running north towards the top here. Before you saw him going this way. Before he disappeared from view because walls.
Did I see this before or after I went upstairs?
Sometime in the time before. We'll say before.
Okay.
But not
Because
everyone
if I
was
saw that
here,
before,
so you
then
didn't want it.
Because if I saw that before, then I wouldn't have gone up. I would just go after him.
Without everyone here?
Mm, I will shout to Roland, but say I'm going after Asbara, and then just go.
Okay, so we'll say this was after the tower then, because you would have seen the tower.
Okay. Then my note will stand.
Roland, you hear him shouting over the tumultuous combat. What do you say?
Okay. I'm gonna let him do his thing.
Oh, okay.
If this is the choice he has decided upon, then yeah, well, who am I to tell him no?
Okay. So you, Harold and Harold Jr.,
Heralds for life.
you guys fight your way through the dining hall that's here.
Okay.
You do see the doorway in the end that you guys had not explored yet. It looks like it's been cracked open.
Okay.
You're assuming that's where he went. That or his room, you're not sure. You know he headed this direction upwards, and you didn't see him get out here.
Didn't see him get out there.
So either he went back to his room, or he went further north. You're not sure if the door's open because cultists came in, or what happened.
I doubt he went to his room because why would he? That doesn't have an out aside from magic. So we'll fight through those cultists and go up top.
Man,
Oh.
haven't you ever played Clue? There's secret doors all over the place.
So we'll have that.
Mr.
He's
Mustard in
passed
the
away.
tower with the mace.
This...
1 + 1 + 2 + 1.
Alright, so we'll have you do. You realize that these are actually
That's fine.
dragon. That these are dragon wings. Let me double check.
The slightly better ones.
Yes.
That's fine.
I just need to make
I
sure they're
like
dragon
that.
wings or dragon claws. Let me double check. There's a lot of pictures in the last appendix.
Is there?
Yeah. They are dragon claws, it seems. Yeah, dragon claws.
Okay.
Judging from their attire that you've learned depicts
Is
their
this
rankings.
actually 2 of them, or is this more than that?
There's a few of them.
Okay.
So we'll do a couple of rounds of combat here. Roland, you can do a couple of rounds of combat, and then
Reese!
Tucker will be coming back
Thanks
with
for
Kenny.
the resub. 7 whole months?
Oh,
Damn.
Dokie.
Thank you very much.
I assume every bullywug is 10
Major
bullywugs for
preach.
simplicity's sake.
Alright. Are we doing any sort of initiative here, or am I just rolling attacks?
Just rolling attacks. You're assuming that you've taken some damage. Not a lot. It's negligible.
And I have the... I don't remember what it's called, but the thing that I heal off of damage spells, so...
Yeah.
We'll go zombie slam. How many zombie slams do you want me to do?
You can do 4. All right, 2 of them hit. You've managed to knock
Hey,
out half.
one's in that 20.
Hey. Do we have
That's
a
it.
card?
You have a 17 rolled, a 13 rolled, an 8 rolled, and a 6 rolled.
I see a 9, 11, 16, and 20.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
20 is at 17 plus 3.
Oh, I see. Sorry, dude.
There's no nat 20s there.
It's a dirty 20.
Yeah.
Oh, it is an attack plus 3. Damn, dirty 20. All right, I'll take it.
But you managed to, between all the attacks of the zombie, half of them have been knocked out.
Loyalty, hell
Okay.
yeah.
What are you doing on your turns? Tucker, yes.
Well, Witch Bolt is technically still up, so I'll just roll to hit.
Yeah, we'll assume that you've knocked a couple bullywugs along the way, so you kept it open.
I don't see my snake anymore.
You're in the fog of war right now.
Okay.
That super duper hits.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll damage?
Don't bother.
Do you want me to roll another Witch Bolt?
Yeah, roll 3 more, just to see if they hit.
3, 4.
Alright. So you managed to, between that and the damage that you would deal, you managed to knock out a couple more. And the way is clear enough that you could get through at this point. You've probably left like 2 or 3 standing that are, at this point, trying to not die to your hands.
That's
Did
fair.
I die
That's
to my
fair.
feet?
Then I will let them not die, and I will continue after Asmara. Because something tells me that this is the correct course of action.
So you see this room with a doorway. Let me actually pull up the actual map so I know what you're seeing. That's the first
Harold
floor.
Jr. kicks it in.
You're in that letter. Okay. You see an antechamber. And you see a doorway to the left.
I see nothing. I see the hallway you revealed.
That's what I'm saying. There should be a doorway right here.
Oh, yeah, no, he kicks open that door.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. I thought you meant like the first door.
Oh, no. My apologies.
Reveal. Yeah. See a doorway and a staircase.
We'll kick
this-
open the doorway first.
Okay. But you do see the doorway. The staircase leads down.
Okay.
I believe is how that would work. Let me make sure that lines up with the other maps.
No, that looks like it goes up.
No, you're right. It does go up. But there is a staircase leading down as well. Sorry. So
Okay.
it's both. There's both directions.
These staircases go both ways. But yeah, door first because it's the most immediate, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. In this room, I still have it up. That's why.
The fuck are those?
You see what look like giant bugs. You guys
Gigantic
are in.
bugs.
Those are bigger than regular bugs.
Fuck, Thunderwave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll assume that Harold is far enough away that he's not going to get hit.
Murder first. Don't ask questions.
what
all
is-
of them have to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm just going to do one for the whole thing. They probably don't pass. Does 13?
Mine is, I believe, a 15.
So yeah, they don't pass.
Oh, it's a 16 now. It went up. So they're going to take 3d8 of damage.
I'd be surprised if you don't kill them. You almost didn't.
Let me guess. I needed 6.
No. A couple that were on the outskirts of your thunder wave don't die, though.
That's fine. I got most of them.
You got a good majority of them. Is Harold going to go in there and try to fight one?
Harold Jr. You mean?
That's what I meant.
Yeah. He'll go slam dunk it.
Okay. He gets one slam per turn, right?
I think so. I think it's just the one.
He does not kill it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any like double attack or anything.
Anyone that's getting an item, there's an additional thing about it. That's pretty good for Alex.
Huge dream of what is that?
The dragon.
Oh, okay.
Have I
You-
missed something?
In the general chat, Tucker updated the items. You guys have an additional thing on your item.
Oh, nice.
Alex, you have a swim speed equal to your walking speed. Chris has dreams of the dragon whose hoard it came from. Kenny, you have advantage on history checks as long as you have the item. And Tucker's gives him swim speed as well.
Tucker, can I tell if mine is derived of metallic, chromatic, or gem dragon?
It came from a black dragon's lair.
That I suppose that's fair. That would mean it would be a black dragon one. I hope it gets along with my chromatic dragon, with my metallic dragon focus.
But Alex, what have you been up to? Just sniping things?
Yeah, I just been casting. Roland is big about self-preservation, so he's been hanging in the back, just casting Toll the Dead over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so you probably have made your way at this point. Because fighting has probably come to this area. You've probably made it to over here. This bullywug's not here. People have moved around. These cultists have died at this point.
Religion.
I love my new 25-foot swim speed.
And you're just slowly inching your way to where Chris went. Because at this point, he's the only one that you know that's here still. But at this thought that you have as you're, tolling the dead on a couple things, you see, Tucker, what element are you today?
Still cold, still silver.
Okay. You see rays of ice shoot through the area and kill off a couple cult. Were you aiming at cultists or bullywugs? I forget.
Bullywug specifically.
Okay.
Trying to protect them lizards, what we like.
You see a couple bullywugs get icicle spears through their head as a giant constrictor climbs up the side of this castle area.
Ha! Get snaked, bitch.
At which point, the snake does run out.
Why?
Because you went to the horde and back?
If it only lasts a little while.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many hours does it last, Kenny?
1.
Yeah, half hour there, half hour back seems reasonable given it was a couple miles, I think.
To be fair,
Yeah.
I didn't know where the horde was.
No,
Yeah.
and you raise a solid point.
You just ran the whole time, basically.
Okay, fair enough.
You went 4 times your speed, essentially. However you somehow could do it.
I turned into a big wheel and just went.
But yeah, you guys... I guess that's a bad place to have started you, but whatever.
That's fine. We'll make it work.
You were able to snipe them as you were jumping in through the sides.
Cool. So we're going after anybody or the bullywog specifically?
You don't know what's happening right now, and like as you were jumping in, you saw like just chaos in the courtyard.
Cool.
There were lizard folk bodies, there were bullywug bodies, there were cultist bodies.
As we land, Gajar is just gonna kind of walk over and put his hand on Limer's shoulder. All right, we're not really involved in this. We gotta get to the basement.
Right, basement it is. Would a fog cloud help us at all?
Make perception check, Limus, in particular.
Limus is happy to roll some dice. I am Limus.
Actually, hold on. Do you need to roll this? Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll it.
That's a 10. Is this by chance a history or initiative roll?
No, but you have advantage on this.
Cool. 24.
Wonderful. So in your snake form, but right before you went back to Limus,
Okay.
the taste of death and decaying came from, if you're looking at the screen, your left.
My left.
Yeah.
Is it a taste of dead friend or?
You have, in your snake form, you have tasted this smell.
Before or?
Before, yeah.
All right. Harold is fighting somebody.
Or has passed through this area. You're not sure exactly what's happening.
Friends are near. Okay. I think we should go this way. I think Harold might be over there. Or have come through there. Left. My left.
That works. That's the direction we gotta go anyway.
Good. And this is the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see a couple cultists like cowering in fear, trying not to, or dragon wings. They look like they're on the verge of death, and they're just trying not to die.
Yep, this way. Just gracefully steps over them and continues.
Yeah, I was trying to run down that real quick if Gajar would finish him off, and I don't think he would.
Nope. Not gonna help, not gonna hurt. Just gonna let them try to sort it out themselves.
Yep.
Walking past, that's a constitution roll if I've ever seen one.
You hear one of them just muttering to them, like, talking in hysterics. The dead have risen, the dead have risen. It wasn't supposed to happen.
In Elven, I say, sorry, I don't speak common.
So just Elven, the dead have risen. No.
Perfect. The dead have risen. Yeah, we're going the right way.
At which point you guys hear a huge thunderclap.
Do our eardrums pop?
A little bit. You can still hear, but it was loud. It reverberated. This is stone.
Damn.
I almost said Kenny. Alex, you also hear that in the direction that Harold went off in.
Can I make a stealth roll to try to sneak my way over there amidst the chaos?
Yeah, go ahead. You may have advantage because you're taking advantage of the chaos.
Excellent.
Reroll that as a
yep.
As a halfling,
here's
please.
My actual advantage roll. And I got to re-roll that one.
As a
That's a
halfling.
separate roll. Because that one's the advantage die.
Right,
Well, the 19 is what I'm going to take, but holy shit, Roll20 doesn't like me today.
That's unfortunate.
Hey, in real life,
5,
as
3,
as
4.
a halfling, I've gotten one, re-rolled it, and got a 1. You can't re-roll that second one.
My rolls tonight have been 5, 3, 4, 1, 15, 1, 4.
You manage to sneak in here as these guys are about to enter the door after hearing the big thunderclap. Are you gonna say anything, or are you just gonna let them go in without waiting for you?
If I say something, all of these guys that are trying to kill me will notice me. What with that stealth roll I just did?
What guys? There's no one in this room other than the lizard folk that are. So the guys that you just went at first are cowering on the ground.
Oh, okay.
And the one that's here is basically being held at sword point by 3 lizard folk.
Yeah. In that case, hey, whoa, hey, what's going on? What's happening? What was that? What's going on?
It's probably Harold fighting. I think we should probably maybe help.
What?
Huh?
I said war. Half of what Gajar's snide comment that I would probably picture him saying, like, to the question of what's happening. War.
War.
War, laddie.
It's a great war.
Great war.
In the distance, you all hear like the happy sounds of crunching as the OTG is happily eating anything that gets thrown into its pit.
Should we be concerned with that?
We are gonna protect this OTG at all cost. I enjoy him.
Um,
I
know-
don't hear you. One more time.
Who?
if you guys should be worried about the OTG.
Oh, probably, but right now, no.
You know, I heard they go up people's toilets.
Well, I mean, there's not a single toilet in this building, lad. Where they're literally shitting in a hole and it lives in it. So, pretty sure he's living his best life right now, and or the worst. But it sounds like I've made good on my end of the deal, so I don't feel bad about solving a different problem right now. And Gajar is just going to head towards the stairs. Those going up or down?
They definitely go both directions, but you see
Okay.
one's going down into the basement that you didn't know existed.
If we go here, can I see Harold?
Oh yeah. Harold's in the entrance of the doorway, and you see his little zombie buddy
Okay.
just beating away at these giant bugs.
Harold, you good?
Yeah, I got these. Asbara Joss ran this way. I don't know if it was up or down.
We'll find him. Here, take this. I cast guidance on Harold.
Well,
Look
at
at this
point.
guy dance.
Yeah, watch this guy dance.
Thanks. I'll join
At
you
this
soon.
point, you guys have managed to kill off the rest of these.
Oh, perfect. So then I can just join them now.
Then
They have 4 health. I doubt it would take that long.
Harold is good at running now, I guess.
Are you scooping your little buddy into your sack? Or is he-
What a terrible way to say that.
No, Harold Jr. will stick with me for now.
Okay,
But-
you will control
Are
his.
you stuffing your little buddy into your sack?
So you guys going down the stairs all together?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna group you
Hang on,
together.
I'm trying to see if Alter Self can give me scent.
Yo,
I
you
guess
want
now you
scent?
smell like a taint.
Hold on. You could just smell really good, and I can help you with it.
So if you scroll
You
to
just
the
really
right,
want to use guidance, don't you?
It's a cantrip. Why would I not use it at all points?
Yeah, it's
But like, it's never popped
honestly
up
like
to be
the
helpful.
best cantrip in the game.
Okay, I can't. Bummer.
so if you guys scroll to the right, you should see a little square opening in the fog of war. That is where you guys emerge. Let me get to that area.
Where? What?
It should be
Oh, there
here.
it is. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a little. It's a little L.
As you're going down the stairs, you see that these are very well. They start off really well made, like smoothed out, perfectly nice and done. And as you get further and further down, they look like they just kind of got thrown in here. They're just roughly shaped. Some are higher than others. But you manage to get to the bottom, and as you look into this chamber, feel now. Give me 1 second. Boop, 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 boop.
Groom.
Ooh, is that water?
You do see water in this room.
That's guidance on the water.
I do. It's even better water.
You do see that it does lead off into the distance in like we followed it. You also see in this room basically nothing. It's the entry cavern is what it looks like. To the northwest, you see steps going down. Oh, wait a minute.
Delete. You can delete any arrows that aren't ways out.
If I can select.
Why is there no generic fish creature?
There. You see those directions out. You see a couple one staircase leading up, one staircase leading down, and you assume the water leads somewhere because it goes into the cave wall.
Which staircase leads up and which staircase leads down?
Up is in the up area, down is in the down area.
Works for me.
Nope.
We should probably go down more. I base this solely on if I was trying to hide something, I would put it more down too.
I tried to match this map as closely as I could to the grid, but it's not perfect. So deal with it.
I can't tell you what to do.
Basically, each square is 10 feet. And it's what I tried to do. Alright, so you're gonna go down, water, or up. Which do you choose? Pick your poison.
I gotta do a quick cursory Google search.
Harold and Harold Jr. vote for down.
What you Googling?
A homebrew animal.
Does this, in relation to the castle, are we on like the north side of it now, or are we directly underneath it?
I believe you're directly under the tower where you started.
So if we go north based on what it looks like, if we go north, in theory, we're going out under the swamp, and if we go south, in theory, we're staying under the castle.
Correct. But it definitely looks like this area has been built. Like the walls are not mud.
How much water are we talking about here?
In this area?
Yeah.
A quick glance, you don't think it goes past a foot to 2 feet deep.
But it continues on.
As far as you can tell, yes. You're not sure if it's a dead end or if there's something else past there. But the water definitely goes into the wall.
Alright, then... Limus group decision. Do we split up? I can check the water.
I mean, if that's what works for everybody, sure.
If we split up and you go that way, I'm not sure anyone can go that way to save you.
Not remarkably. Well, I could swim pretty well all of a sudden, but I can't.
Yeah,
breathe
I assume on
underwater.
I assume on the descent down, Gajar hands out the items.
I hope so, because I've already put mine in my inventory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any other visual distinction between the upward path and the downward path? Does one look better hewn than the other? Like, are we just looking at just a simple choice to make?
You know what? When it comes to things like this,
Do a perception check.
I find the best choice is just to flip a coin.
Do you have a 3-sided coin?
Aha! I'm rolling
Excited
like
die.
shit tonight.
It doesn't even beat the DC that it needs.
I mean, my passive perception is 16.
Yeah, so your passive is enough to just, as you're glancing, trying to figure out what differences there are. The southern entrance area, you can tell by the way the mud has been slapped down. Bullywugs use that area.
Right, that's 100% of the things I need. All right. That pointing to the near entrance definitely looks like it gets frequent bullywug use, and I can't imagine they're going to put anything of value that way. I'm going north, and Gjar just takes off.
That's a good point. Harold will go with.
Yeah, I'm good to follow.
Okay.
Water.
I cannot do the voice tonight either, so that's fun.
Worm, if you want to go that way, that's fine. What does the water path look like? Is it just like a little stream? Is it a cliff? Is it just oozing out of the wall?
It looks like it's oozing. It's just like still water between the wall and the little lake.
So it's a pathway. It's a path underneath it.
Yeah, it's enough that if you crouch down, you can walk in.
Less interested in that way now.
All right, I'm doing it. I'll catch up with you guys. Limus is gonna crouch and walk through the water.
All right. Please be careful.
I will.
How much? No, never mind. No, ignore me.
I'm trying to find. I want to find the range on something real quick. There's not. Haha! I will give you a spell first.
Stealth day. Limus is also gonna do a stealth check here.
Before we leave, you can have heroism.
Ooh. What's that do?
At the start of each of your turns, you gain 4 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Ooh.
And
It only stacks up to 4, so you have to lose them to get more back. But it does mean you basically get a repository of 4 hit points every turn.
Nice.
Not a suppository.
That's wrong.
And-
Ignore that roll.
And there's no range past that, so I can cast it, and as long as I concentrate, you can keep it.
That's a 22 stealth roll.
That's a pretty good spell, Tucker.
You're also immune to being frightened.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, you
but
managed
coffee-
to. Nope, go
It
ahead.
cost me one of my 2 remaining smite bullets. That could have been 3d8 damage on something.
You guys said you're following Tucker.
I essentially have a decent eject button for this situation, so that's why I'm confident going in.
Yeah, you managed to walk in here. What is that number? You see, it looks like it's just a little cave with water all around the edges.
Okay.
Are you gonna walk around it, look around?
Yes. Exploring.
Yep.
Stealthily.
Yep, go ahead. So, just do a investigation check.
I can do an investigation.
Okay, so I'm going to tick off another turn of heroism.
It's a 20. Yo, I'm sorry, guys. I'm rolling pretty decent tonight.
Yeah, as you're looking around
Probably
the
rolls.
cave, you see in this back corner here
Okay.
a little pile of treasure.
Aha!
Ooh.
As you're looking at, you notice that there's just fancy. It's a handful of fancy and semi-precious stones.
Okay. Hear me out. What do I got?
Are you walking to that area?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And or swimming or...
I
Mage
want to
hand.
stay in the water and continue my stealth roll to pick up a handful of shit and put it in my pocket so I can go back and say I found it.
Okay. So you're gonna go around here.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Why isn't teleport a level 1 spell?
Yeah, I wonder why.
So as your hands touch the coins
Yep.
or the gems from behind
Mimic.
you,
Behind. Damn it. The one direction I didn't think about. The hell is that?
I always think about One Direction.
you see a slime-looking thing come out of. You're pretty sure it was there the whole time. Now that you're looking at it, it blends almost perfectly well with the ground,
Okay.
and it's gonna swing at you.
Okay. Now, does it get disadvantaged because I was definitely expecting a trap? Hence
It's
why
not a
it
trap; it's a monster.
Yeah, but
You were expecting a trap, not a monster.
I was expecting something I didn't expect, so it didn't count.
No,
Nope.
it
That's
just doesn't.
Any of these platitudes are getting you nowhere.
There's a 19 hit though.
Yeah, it does.
Ooh.
Hey, you got those 4 free hit points, remember?
Yeah, 4 free hit points.
So, you're not wearing metal armor, are you?
No.
Okay.
Is that good or bad?
It's good because
if
you
they're
feel.
asking you that question, they're casting heat metal.
Okay.
No, they're not.
rough
It hits you for 13.
Mm.
Oh yeah, they could be using lightning too. But
Uh,
for me, it's heat metal is the really nasty one.
13.
No, you feel
so minus
like
9.
sizzly burns on your skin,
Ew.
and you're pretty sure if you were wearing metal, it might be getting eaten away right now.
Corrosion. Got it. Just out of curiosity, if I were to cast detect poison, would that show me venomous animals or monsters?
I don't believe so.
Because they are poisonous.
No, they're venomous.
Venom is poison.
Venom and poison are very different.
Yeah, I don't believe it would, because otherwise everything would light up. Because in some way, shape, or form, everything is poisonous to everyone.
So the difference between venom and poison, Kenny,
Mhm.
venom needs to enter the bloodstream directly.
If I bite it
Um,
and I die, it's poisonous. If it bites me and I die, it's venomous.
Correct.
Got
You
it.
can
I love
drink
that.
a
I love
shot
that chart.
glass. You can drink a shot glass of rattlesnake venom,
People do that.
as long as you don't have any cuts in your mouth.
Or in your stomach, or in your stomach lining.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Just ate some Tostitos. Can't do it.
More or less.
What if I bite it and it dies? God damn it, Nate, pay attention. That means you're poisonous.
No, it means you're venomous.
Yes.
We bite each other and nobody dies.
That's just a good time.
All right, so I have no idea what the hell this thing is. It's a slime, but it's not like a gelatinous cube.
Nope.
All right, so how
It's-
do you fight
it's-
Jiggle Jelly?
It definitely looks gray.
Let's see.
Huh, interesting. I thought it would have more resistances than this.
Fuck. All right. Well, do we roll initiative or?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I know exactly what I want my mug to look like.
Dragon head.
That's the image I'm gonna send. But instead of a dragon head, I want like a mimic head.
Can't they look like anything?
Objects specifically. Mimics only turn into stuff. I like the idea that there's some fucking sadist out there in the D&D world who just makes stuff look like mimics to make people question it.
Oh, that's a nat 20 on my initiative.
Which puts it at a 23.
I got a 7.
I don't think
Oh.
you guys are in initiative.
Oh,
No.
we're not rolling initiative. Sorry.
No,
just
you
roll.
guys are gonna go up north while he does this, unless he
Okay,
screams
cool.
for help.
Hold
I'm
on.
assuming you guys are up the stairs at this point.
Yeah, I hate these. I hate the D20, the roll 20 die roller.
Until it favors you.
It never favors me.
To be fair, that's true.
It's very true.
All right, Limus, what are you gonna do?
Look at all
I
these fucking
am
rolls. I've rolled like 5 different ones
Figuring
tonight.
that out.
Did you grab the gems before you got hit, though?
I do.
Okay, so you have the gems in your pocket.
Cool. That was a
That's all I
question,
get.
but
Gotta
that's
focus on
the
the
answer I was
gems.
hoping for. So, all right, I can prep for level 3 spells.
And I suppose if my spell wears off, I'll know if you're dead.
Your 4 hit point shield does return right now. It's not for. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I'm basically just reducing the damage I took by 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That works for me.
All right.
Yeah, that is approximately correct.
Did I take? Oh fuck. All right. Okay. All right. So, Limus is fighting by themselves for the first time since this campaign started.
Nice.
I got a nat 20 on initiative. Does that give me any kind of bonus?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Nope, just first.
Just first. Shit. Close combat. Stuff. I've got a longbow.
You could produce flame at it a bunch and maybe do something.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take my first turn to produce flame and see what flame damage does to it,
Okay.
which gives me an extra d6.
Hang on, does produce flame cost the action?
What do you mean?
It is an action to cast the spell, so you cannot use it till your next turn.
No.
Advantage on initiative. If I attune it, chromatic. If I use a spell slot to cast a... Oh, I'm not using a spell slot.
Yes, it is phrased like that because it ignores
Cantrips.
cantrips.
All right, that's fine. I'm still going to cast Produce Flame to see how it handles fire.
Yeah, you can also attack with a flame, although doing so ends the spell. When you cast a spell or use an action on a later turn.
When you cast the spell, okay.
Yeah.
I missed that.
So
It's D8, and then you have reached 5th level, so it goes up to 2. It's 2d8 damage.
So 2d8 damage for Produce Flame right now?
Yep. And it's a dex check for me, right?
No, I don't think you get a. I don't think you get a save. It's just. An attack.
It's a range attack. That's what it is.
Yeah, you gotta roll to hit.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
How long does it take to attune an item again?
An hour.
Ugh, so not during this fight.
Correct.
So that's a 23 to hit.
You hit.
You get the
and-
slumbering effect.
Well,
And 6 damage, so you see a hit, and you're pretty sure you didn't deal as much damage as you thought it would.
damn it! That's the opposite of what I was hoping for.
You wanted it to deal more damage than you thought it would.
Exactly.
Anything else?
Well, my bonus action now is shot. Are any of these that I prepped a bonus action? No. Nope. I guess that's it.
Okay.
Oh wait, I can move.
You can.
I can move as long as I don't get out of its range for a. So I'm gonna move here.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Now it's gonna attack.
All right.
He's going to do the same thing he did last time. He's gonna smack you.
And remember, at the start of your turn, you get the 4 extra hit points back.
Yep. Inevitably, it's gonna hit me, and I'll just subtract the 4.
Does a 14 hit?
A 14 does not hit. I will put
Right.
I'll add 4 to my health.
No. Unless
It
you're
doesn't. It doesn't stack up.
I already lost it.
Okay.
So currently,
Okay.
I have 31. My health will not change next turn, unless yes, I know what I'm doing.
Okay. 'Cause as soon as the spell ends, that 4 drops off.
Yes, and next turn is the last turn, right?
No, you get 10. So it lasts a minute.
Oh shit! All right, cool.
So it is also gonna move.
That's fine. We're on equal footing now.
Your turn.
All right. All right. I'm going to. Can I do a combat nature roll, nature check?
Yeah, that can be your bonus action.
So bonus action, nature roll. Does this thing have eyes? Does it rely on sight or some sort of dark vision?
Okay, roll.
Nature. What's nature? Nature's. I think it's +7. That's a 12.
That you can see, you do not see any eyes.
All right.
You do not know how it sees you, because very clearly it is attacking you. But it doesn't have eyes that you can see.
All right. Oh man, I pick spells that don't fucking help. When I cast Produce Flame and had a fireball, a small fireball go at this thing, did it seem to react to the light?
No.
All right. Then I guess I'm going to just shoot it point blank? Where is my... There it is. Okay. So, I think this is wrong, but D20 +5 to hit with a bow? That seems low.
Is that your dex modifier?
My dex modifier is +3.
And your proficiency is 2?
My proficiency is 3, so it's a
So
+6.
Yes.
Cool. Gotta save that. +6, +6. That's a nat 20. 26
Tucker.
to hit.
I need a nat 20 for piercing
You give me a second.
or range, whatever one it is listed as.
I believe it's piercing. Maybe it's ranged. I don't remember.
D8 plus.
Yeah, it's piercing.
Plus dex. 3.
Double damage and the target is nauseated for 1 round.
Cool. The D6 is psychic damage for the record. 13 damage turns into 26 damage, and it's...
Yes.
You said it's blinded and nauseated?
Not quite 26, but it's 23. Your plus doesn't get doubled.
Oh, fair.
That
yeah, it
Feels
would.
wrong.
Yeah,
It-
no, it's part of the damage.
Yeah, it definitely always did when we were doing it before.
No, I know. In 5e, you only ever double the dice.
That seems wrong, but okay.
Well, your bonuses don't really go above 5.
Yeah, but the damage from the bow is a 7, so double that would be 14, no?
We're arguing against 5e's asinine decision to have you to make crits just roll double damage,
Okay.
which never feels good to me. That always feels like the worst option for
Fair.
crits.
That's fine.
Well, even if it was house rule, the way we did it in my other one was...
Like I'm not fighting you. It's fine.
No,
That's
no,
fine.
no,
I'll take
no.
the 23.
I'm going to explain.
Okay.
The way we did it before without the cards, because the cards are what we're doing special
Mhm.
is whatever your dice were on a crit would max, and then you roll them and you add that, and then you add your bonuses or whatever.
Okay.
I also don't like that method of doing it. I actually bumped into a lot of TikToks talking about critical hits lately. A
But
lot of things I
we-
don't like.
we chose to use the cards.
So I
Yeah, I
will
like the
take
cards.
the
Cards are
23
fun.
damage. I feel like that's a good chunk of damage from a bow at point blank.
Yeah.
Is point
Yeah,
blank?
the only thing you don't double is anything that's not a dice.
Okay. I'd rather
See,
double the.
that's an incredible bummer when you have a +5 and only roll a 1.
Eh? Don't roll a 1.
I'll do my best.
What did you say it got done though, Tucker?
It's nauseated, which it might not be subject to.
Is nauseated a 5e thing?
You nauseate
Almost-
me.
Almost
Mr.
positive it
Grinch,
is.
With the super nauseous sauce.
Nauseated creatures can't take attack actions or reactions.
Nice.
Can't take actions or reactions. And has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Where did you see this for 5e?
I just looked up nauseated 5e.
Okay, so the only conditions I see don't have it, that's why.
SRD nauseated D&D wiki. Nauseated creatures are unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells, or do anything else requiring attention.
That's a 3/5.
Yes, you're right. It is 3/5.
5e does not have nauseated.
All right.
But
well,
we'll assume that nauseated is. Let me pull up the actual conditions. Incapacitated. That's basically what it's doing.
Well, an incapacitated creature, I think, can be coup de grace, right?
look, I just don't think this thing would be able to be nauseated. So
So it might be poisoned. For lack of something else. But yeah, it can't be.
Okay.
We do deal with 23.
Hell yeah.
It does not resist piercing, slashing, or bludgeoning at all.
That's good. That's like the main kinds of melee damage.
It's the main things that slimes are normally resistant to. But in the time that it's going to take you to get back, we're going to move to the other group to do something.
Adding the time it takes to scoop as much gems and precious metals into my pockets as possible.
Oh, you got it all in the first go.
Oh, good. All right. So it wasn't that much.
No, you have about $1,800, 1,800 gold worth of gems.
Nice.
It was a total of 10 gems.
1,800, you said. So I'm at.
Yep.
1,900 gold.
But what are you guys doing for the few turns that he was fighting?
going upstairs.
Okay.
Limus made his choice, knowing what Gajar had set out to do, so Gajar goes upstairs.
I'm following Gajar.
The heralds will also follow.
Herald Squad. You're like the Power Rangers, but heralds.
Yeah.
I think I'm just drinking ice at this point.
What?
Yeah.
As you get to the top, you see that there is a ledge up ahead that just goes down about 20 or so, 15, 20 feet down. You do see a crane up top that you assume, judging by its setup, that it's used to bring treasure up and down the different levels or people. But you think less so will bring people because you see a ladder also strapped to the wall in like this area.
I have Harold Jr. go down the ladder first.
As you look into the area, though, because you can see into the area.
Well, if we can see it in the area, then I will look first. Look
Yeah.
before I make my zombie leap, as it were.
Oops, I went too far up. Down below, you see mists covering the floors of the next room. But other than that, it seems to be an empty chamber.
Yeah, I'm still gonna have Harold Jr. go down the ladder first, because if something is in that mist, then maybe we'll know. I'll have Harold Jr. go until about like here
Hold on.
to start, unless you say
There,
something happened before that.
there's more that you guys can see from where you are. I just didn't reveal it. That's all part of this chamber. You can see the outlines of like carvings into the walls that signify doorways or entryways. You see 3 of them.
I'm assuming they're on that
I'll-
north wall.
Say that again.
It's these, right?
Nope.
I'm assuming it's this, this, and this.
Yeah, they're the big junk, the big
right.
openings. The small things are just me outlining where the map is.
Yeah, if I'll have Harold Jr. go a little bit farther in before I go down the ladder.
You see that he's about up to his waist in mist.
Oh, if it's not even that deep, because Gajar's just gonna go.
Well, there's a ladder going down. He had the zombie go down the ladder. Which the zombie kind of took a couple steps and then kind of forgot how ladders work. Because zombie.
I figured.
And we're going to knock off like 3 hit points. As he slammed onto the ground halfway down.
Pain, my boy.
He gets up, he's walking around. Doesn't seem to be getting attacked.
All right. Yeah. If he's still not getting attacked, then I will have him wait by the first door entryway he sees, which I'm assuming is this one, and I'll go down the ladder.
Is Alex still here or did he already leave?
No, I'm still here. I'll let
Okay.
you know when I go. I'm not just gonna ghost.
No, that's fine. I didn't know if you had sent a message or something.
I'm going ghost.
No, I'll say something.
Okay. You all following down the ladder now? As Harold goes down the ladder.
Absolutely.
Okay. In this bottom room, you are about at knee to about waist height. Roland, you're about chest height in this mist. Or actually, how tall are you, Roland?
What's the average height of a halfling? Not tall, I imagine. Give me a moment. Yeah, he's about 3 feet tall.
Oh, yeah. The mists go over your head as you get down to the ground. You guys see Roland as you assume hit ground, because that is where the ladder ends. The mists cover him.
Do you need a lift?
Yeah, that'd be great, honestly. Can't really see down here.
Gajar's just gonna take point, go right for them stairs, after picking up Roland.
You have Roland on your back, so Roland, you can move as Gishart moves.
Sounds good.
As you're walking into the chamber, you hear talking. You're pretty sure at this point from experiencing up top that they're speaking Bullywug down here. And that's the only real sounds you hear.
Well, I'm still going that way.
Okay.
Now, you want me to count out spaces or just move that way?
You move that way. That's fine. At which point...
As I go towards the stairs, though, I am going to do something real quick. I'm going to pull out my fancy green pen and write on the walls.
Your handy dandy notebook?
Are you doing this all along the way down this way?
No, just over here, just at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
I'm just gonna I'm only gonna take a moment to do it. I'm gonna quickly write Gajar went this way with a big ol' arrow so that only Limus can see it.
Okay.
Yay!
You all see him like scribbling on the wall, but nothing seems to be happening on the wall. And as you head down the stairs, the speaking gets louder. Um. Uh, you see a few bullywugs in this area. But more importantly, as you're approaching it, you're able to make out some things in the chamber in general. You see that this chamber is adorned with statuary, carvings, anything you can think of. It's here art-wise of frogs. Also, you assume there's yeah, it looks kind of reminiscent of a shrine, maybe, to frogs. If you guys have a religion check, you can try to figure out if anything of these frogs is important, but you do see a couple bullywugs also.
I'm not trained in it, and since I don't have a clear way through them, I guess I have to stab them, and we're just
I mean,
gonna go
I get a
straight
+5 to religion.
straight down the stairs, stabbing the
Make-
first one I can get to.
You want to make a check?
I got an 18.
Are you coming with us, or are you going where the zombie checked out?
If you're just gonna go, as much as I want to go down these halls, splitting the party does not seem like the best idea at this moment.
Roland, are you just control, I think?
Yeah, I'm just following along. Whip.
Okay. Yeah, roll initiatives. Because
18 religion do anything?
Oh, sorry, you were rolling religion. Sorry. You can see it does actually tell you a lot of stuff.
Oh.
You recognize elements in the designs are designed to help in worshipping both Galnadar, the god of slimes, and Shar, the goddess of shadows. But they're definitely not set up like you would normally see it in a proper like church for them. They're just kind of helter-skelter, but you can see that they're kind of there, like he tried.
This is bullywugs doing a thing on their own, which they're not good at.
You also, with an 18, looking at the overall setup of everything in this room, can see that there are indications that Ramenos is venerated here. Ramenos, as you recollect from your readings, is an ancient entity believed to be in a deep slumber. So as far as you have been able to find out from the little that you could find of him, he is a god of one of the ancient creator races. That's all anyone really could figure out. What that means, they don't know.
I will relay all of this to Gajar and Roland.
But again, the setup in this room basically just tells you that it's Bullywugs thinking they did it the right way.
Okay.
Said info is relayed. Helicopter spin.
How far away from me can my zombie get?
30.
Only 30 feet?
Yep.
Damn. Alright, never mind.
I got a 7 on initiative. Go me.
I was gonna tell him to nat 20.
Yep, hold on.
Maybe today will be the day I can breath weapon some things.
Gotta remake
Our
your
process
character.
was seeing if he could go into those rooms and grab treasure if there is any, but if he can't get that far away from me, then that doesn't matter.
Okay. Kishar had a 7. Roland or Harold had a nat 20.
All right, I got a
Better.
21. And I believe I go before Harold because on a tie it goes to the Dex modifier.
Yep, even though a nat 20 is a thing, it doesn't matter in this check.
Not in initiatives.
Why-
And
What's your
Why
dex
did you
mod?
roll thrice?
because one is my bird and I
Oh,
roll
that's
on
right.
advantage.
Okay.
So the first 2 are my advantage and the third is my bird.
I knew the advantage. The bird. I forgot the bird. All right.
Yeah, my handy dandy help machine.
That was forgot the owl.
My bird does the help action, and that's it. And that's all I need. I love it.
Bullywugs. Roll that number.
I could use some help when stabbing things, so I don't object.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
So Limus is not here right now. Roland, you are technically first.
Oh, sweet. Cool. How far away is this guy from me? Here we go. 50 feet. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I believe that's fine. Give me 1 second. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna firebolt this nerd.
Okay.
The nerd up front.
That's a check on me, or is your
That's an attack roll.
Okay.
Give me but a moment, my friend. Say +7, I believe. I think it's actually +8 because of my luck stone. Let me just check that real quick. Yep. No. No, it is not. So it is a +7. Cool. Here we go. Well, I obviously don't keep that. 15.
That is a hit.
The D&D roller wants me to crit fail so bad, and it's trying so hard, but it's just never gonna stick for almost maximum damage.
That gives me a small amount of confidence in my breath weapon.
I hold out my palm, or I hold out my hand. I give it a shake. You hear a metallic clickety clack as I hold out my closed hand, and fire just thwoomph.
Good old thwumph.
A good old thwomp.
I can
Then
do
I'll move a
anything
little
else.
closer. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Okay.
Yep.
Harold, it is your turn.
I can't fly. I can't go far. I've got little stubby
What?
legs.
Oh, my zombie's slower than me.
It is. It has 20-foot movement.
You said
Right,
he's
or is it-
30 mine's
it 25?
35. And
It is
zombies at 20.
Yep, so the zombie moves forward 20, so I'm assuming you told it to attack.
Yeah, so 1 square. Because you said these are all 10.
No.
Oh.
No, I made them proper sized. Had I done it the way I did it the other map, each one would have been 10.
So I'm gonna pop my butt over here.
You see 3 bullywugs. One of them, there's 4 bullywugs, one of which is dead.
We'll magic missile.
Okay.
1 on each.
Do you want to see if they kill before you choose?
Oh, I can do that?
Technically no, but I'll allow it.
No, might have questioned a good thing.
So roll your damage for the first.
Mhm.
He's still up. Are you going for
Yeah.
the close one or the far one?
I'll go for the far one.
He's still
I'll
up.
go again on the same one.
Okay, he's still up.
And 1 more.
It's still up. Definitely looks wicked hurt.
Oh, my breath weapon might be able to kill something for once.
And after that, I have no bonus action spells. So that is Harold's turn.
Okay.
Wait. Can I cast that as a bonus? Yeah. Nope. Okay. That's my turn.
Okay. It's now the Bullywug's turn.
Wait, rude. I'm the one down here.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, that's bad space. That space.
And for the record, Mike, you can let me know when I catch up to them.
Yep. On your next turn, quote unquote, you will start moving towards them.
Okay,
So I'll have you do like double moves or something,
that's fair.
because you know they went north. They're attacking you. I need to pull up their thingy. They do have 2 attacks. That and that. Does a 10 or a 13 hit you?
10, no. 13, I don't believe so. Nope.
Nope, you're so lucky. Because he rolled max damage on both. You hear this one in the back shout something. Again, you're assuming in Bullywug. Telling you what you don't understand. And then he's going to move up. And this one's going to move up also. And I think that one is gonna throw its spear. Yeah, it's in the third spear. Does a 15 hit you?
It does.
You take 6 damage as a spear pierces you.
Rude.
And you see the bullywug that you hurt, like, arm in the middle of finishing throwing a weapon. With a grin on its face.
That this one, right?
Nope, the one that you hurt is this one.
Oh, okay.
Owl, your turn.
Jesus.
Alex?
Sorry, I was muted. My owl is going to fly over to Harold, and he's going to start haranguing this guy.
Okay, doing the assist.
Yeah, it's the help action.
Or, yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. Gajard, it's your turn, unless the owl has anything else it wants to do.
Nope. That's what the owl does. It's its movement and its action.
Okay.
Oh, all the bullywugs have to make a con save.
What's your range? 30 feet?
15 feet is gonna hit them all.
Yeah, just barely. Con, you said?
Yep. It's a con saving throw.
Boop, boop, boop.
DC 14.
2 pass, 1 fail. The
That's
failed
fine.
one is the one in front.
They still take half damage. Hey, 13's not terrible.
So, fail, takes full. He's still up, but looks pretty crisp. The
Crispy
half
crunchy.
kills this guy. And the half is 7. He looks hurt also. Limus.
Yeah.
You're on you. You're at the entrance at this point. And you see that they are not here. You know they were heading in this direction last you knew.
Yep. Based on Gajar's plan to go up, Limus just hoofs it metaphorically up the stairs and presumably where they're gonna meet up. So I don't know if that's a double movement speed or what have you.
Your movement speed is 30,
35.
so you can get right up to here.
Then I will get right up to here. Okay.
That is your turn.
Will I need to roll a new initiative when I get there, or am I holding the same one?
You just only the same one.
Okay.
Roland, it is your turn.
I just smashed a chip on my chair. That's crazy.
Roland is going to shoot at this
Don't do
one
that.
with advantage.
The one that's in the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless, wait, was it already attacked after I did
With the fire, it did. It got engulfed in, or not
okay,
fire.
but it wasn't an attack roll.
No,
Okay, yeah, then the advantage is still there, so I
Correct.
will still use this.
you're on cold, right? Tucker, cold.
Yes, cold.
Okay.
What the fuck are my rolls tonight?
13 hits though.
Yeah, that's fine, and I appreciate it, and I love that, but I have rolled above a 10 3 times, and I have rolled my dice like 20 times.
Jesus.
Jesus H. Christ.
What's the H stand for? Jesus,
Hernando.
hell of a Christ.
One of my favorite one is on a Catholic cross. You'll see at the top often there's a piece of paper, a little scroll that reads INRI.
Mhm.
You'll on a cross, the cross with the Jesus, and you'll see the little thing, and it says INRI.
Yeah, Inri. Yeah,
Yeah, it says INRI, and you know what INRI stands for?
I do not.
It stands for I'm nailed right in.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
But it actually translates something again.
Yeah,
I
no,
forget
it's
what
Latin. It's Latin, but
it's like king of something or something.
yeah,
I'm
no,
Catholic.
I know.
I can
but
laugh at
Inigo
that joke.
Montoya.
But no, that's
I'm-
funny.
I'm
That's
a big
funny.
fan of I'm nailed right in.
That's a good one.
My chorus teacher at the Catholic school I went to for a year told me that one.
Technically, that's heresy. That's funny.
Okay. Anything else for you, Roland?
No, Roland is comfortably behind the meat shields.
Okay. At which point he puts it at Harold's turn.
Okay.
There is one bullywug left in this area.
Come on, Harold, kill
How
it.
hurt does it look?
About pretty hurt.
About pretty hurt. It's
Then-
pretty hurt indeed.
We will use one of my favorite spells.
Witch bolt.
No, chill touch.
Is that a cantrip?
Yeah.
What do I have to roll, or is it an attack roll?
I make an attack roll.
That is a hit.
Take some necrotic damage.
It is still up.
Then Zambambo.
Yep, your zombie's gonna move forward.
10, 15, 20.
How about you stand in the actual space?
Yes, that's a lot of wall.
A 10 does not hit, though.
Good.
Anything else?
No.
It is the bullywug's turn, and you see from the bottom, you see a couple more come out.
All right. No, none of that. Go away.
But this bullywug is not the one that threw his spear, so it's going to attack Harold. Or Harold Jr., rather. With this and that. Does a 4 hit him? No.
His AC is 8.
Nope, it's gum. It does not gum you to death, but its spear does hit for 7.
Oh, Harold Jr., no. Oh, you're going back in the bag after this.
He's still an undead. He's still a zombie. He still has his special thing when he goes to quote unquote die.
Yeah, but I don't have a way to heal him. Who are you talking to?
Yeah, you're not muted, friend.
I muted the wrong mic. My bad, guys. I muted the wrong mic. Exclusively you could hear me, not chat.
Well, ask chat how they're doing.
Yeah, chat, how you
Tell 'em
doing?
I
That's a
said
confetti cannon right
hi.
there.
Good
Tell 'em I
job.
said hi.
Alex says hi, guys. Oh, Alex, I've been meaning to ask your permission on this. I have a soundboard set up, right?
Sure.
One of them is, have you ever gambled on a fart? Is that cool? Or do you want me to remove that?
That's fine.
Okay.
It's in
Why-
it's in character. It's very funny.
Why are you shouting, Kenny?
I'm sorry.
No,
Ugh. Ugh.
Ugh.
That's a terrible initiative roll for you. Why can't I click on you?
Hi, Alex, you lovely soul.
Well. But he does end up going on this number here.
Oh, did I tell y'all I interviewed at to be an 8th grade English teacher at a middle school?
you did not.
And I interviewed middle of the week, and they were like, "You probably won't hear back from us until next week. Don't worry about it." The next day, we want to schedule a second interview.
All right.
Nice.
What is the
I'm
owl gonna
feeling
do?
Pretty good. The owl is gonna do what the owl does best. It's gonna fly down here, and start giving advantage against this guy. So the next guy who attacks this bullywog gets advantage on it.
Cool. Also, that's awesome to
Where'd
hear.
the bullywug go?
That bullywug did definitely just disappear.
I moved it so I could put the owl on top.
You can also just move the bullywug to back.
Fair. I didn't think about that. But
I have
it
been
is
ambushed. What?
Drowmore's turn.
What?
Yeah, what the
As
hell
you-
is that?
As you see a half elf come out
Kohi, dude.
from that cavern.
Thanks for the
Oh, that's
raid.
boring, right?
I hope
In Elvish.
Dope as
Who the fuck are
Pikachu.
you?
Yo, thanks for the follow, Dope as Pikachu.
Back in Elvish.
Kohi, thanks for the
The
raid,
name's
man. I
Drelmore
hope
Born
you were
Grey.
absolutely
The
More like
owner-
loving
Gay.
Horizon Zero.
The
Man.
owner of the castle up top.
It's one of my favorite games of all time. I love it. I hope you
I
love it
really
as well.
hate to fight, but
Dope
you are
as Pikachu
attacking
with
my
your first
castle,
ever
so I
confetti
must.
cannon. Hell
mean,
yeah.
We're attacking the things in the castle, not the castle itself. But what?
Mr. Fluffy Raid.
Are we still
Hell
technically
yeah.
in the castle? I'm pretty sure if my math is right, we're into the swamp.
Yes, but it's the cavern. It's still the same thing. It's all attached to the castle, is it not? Did you not
You
come
beat
down a
the
set of
game
stairs?
in an hour? Nice.
Look, I'm not gonna argue with you about that. You seem
Did you
pretty
do the
apathetic,
DLC as
so
well?
I'm after the bullywugs. If you don't want the fight, that's fine. I'm happy to ignore you.
Wait, did a red wizard come by here?
No.
Not to put the rush on this, but if we hurry, I can get one more turn in before I have
Yeah.
to leave.
But that's his turn. He basically just came out and monologued a little bit. Kishar.
It just I'm just gonna ignore this last bullywug and just go over to him.
There are 3 places
sort out,
where you can
kind of politely
activate
asking.
the DLC.
All right, so
You
are
can
we
go
gonna fight,
up
or
there
should I
at
leave
any
you alone?
point, but to get the quest marker for it,
where-
there are
what's your
3
path? Does the
NPCs
bullywug get
you can
attack
get
of
it
up?
from.
No,
One is
you can
up
make
on a
it.
cliff near Marine.
I was waiting to move to see
I believe
see
it's
how he
Marine. The Sun
responded. 'cause
City,
if he's
whatever
gonna
the Sun
say,
City is.
if he's
Um,
gonna say, "Cool, we don't have to fight," I'm just gonna go right for the bullywug.
Marvel's Guardians of the
In
Galaxy?
Draconic.
All right, I hope it's good.
So
Is that
long
the Telltale one or the
as
Square Enix one?
Splattergoo is not out here, I do not fight.
Oh, there's him. Yeah, right. I'm mostly after him, I think. I promised the guy I'd get him. So, no, that's fine. I'll leave you alone. I'll stab this bullywug.
Okay, go ahead.
Square Enix one? Hell yeah. With the confetti cannon.
The
from
Bullywugs look
vinyls.
Annoyed that Drownmore didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm perfectly happy with the bullywugs being unhappy.
Like you said.
Well, a 10's not gonna do it. I feel
That's
your
good. I've
pain,
got the
Alex. I'm
Telltale
done.
Guardians,
No,
but
a
I
10 does
couldn't
not
get
hit.
into it. I don't think I like the
Limus,
Telltale
move
games.
your movement,
It's
please.
my turn.
Because you're going to get to about here and see a cliff that leads straight down. But there's also going to be a staircase.
I'm gonna get where and see Cliff here.
Yeah, this line is a cliff leading down.
Can I use my regular movement speed and then use my other movement action to just like gracefully slide down the cliff?
Oh, it's like 90 degrees up and down.
How far of a drop is it?
15 feet.
All right.
There's also a ladder.
I will take the ladder then.
So that'll be the finishing of your first movement. It's going down the ladder.
Okay.
And you still have your second movement from this point.
From that point. So I can move, each one of these is 5 or 10 feet?
5 feet.
5 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. There we go.
Yep.
All right.
You hear the sounds of combat echoing from this area.
Ah, my friends.
Maybe. Roland, it is your turn.
So what's the consensus? Are we or are we not fighting this guy?
Dopest Pikachu. Kapow.
Do you speak Draconic?
Hello.
Yes.
You heard him say, as long as Splattergoo is not out here, he will not fight you.
Okay.
Who the
Well,
fuck is
considering I
Splattergoo?
don't know who that is, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm gonna shoot this bullywog with another firebolt. That is
Okay.
that. Oh, well, I re-roll that one because I'm a halfling. Okay, but really, I
Yeah.
want to count my nat ones.
No, yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot of nat ones for you today.
And that's your 5th?
Sixth. That's my 6th nat one.
This is D&D. We're
Yep,
playing
I
a
know.
campaign that the
Right, now roll your
totality is
advantage.
called
Right, your 18
Tyranny of
hits.
Dragons.
Okay, so the
I am
18
playing
hits. That's going to be another
a
2d10.
Wood elf
Fire
druid
damage.
named Limus. They are a shapeshifter
I believe
into animals.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
is
cool.
enough to kill it.
I love this
Oh, cool.
character.
The owl is on its turn is just gonna fly back to Roland.
Okay.
And on that note, I must adjourn for the evening.
Alrighty.
Alex.
I will
Alex.
catch y'all later.
I will catch you later. Have fun. I hope you have a good night.
I will. I'll
Yeah.
tell you all about it.
Cool.
Bye-bye.
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 Yeah, it's
Into the
almost
fog of
exclusively
war. Oh,
story.
that's not
It's
real
a
fog of war,
tabletop
that's real fog of
RPG
war.
that we're playing over the internet because pandemic's everything.
So we're gonna move him from the initiative. Harold, it is your turn.
But it's super fun. We're infiltrating a cult of the dragon right now, and we're
Is it
killing a
an
bunch
action
of
to put
frog
Harold
people
Jr.
because
back in my
they're
bag?
assholes.
Yes.
I'm going to instruct him to wait here while I go 5, 10,
Are you gonna instruct him to defend himself if he needs to?
30, 35. Yes.
Okay.
And I would have heard this conversation with Born Grey.
Do you speak Draconic? Oh yeah, you do. You
I
do.
do.
I think
Then,
I'm
yeah.
the only one in the party that doesn't.
That is correct.
Yeah, but none of you speak Druid, but Gajar can
I
write
speak
in Druid?
I speak Elvish.
You speak Elvish?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Alright. Anything else for you, Harold?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out which cantrip to use, sorry.
Yep, no worries.
You trying to go outside this morning?
Sorry, TikTok real quick. Gonna lurk while eating your snacks.
I'll use Chill Touch on the
Classic.
far one.
No worries.
Okay.
Exclamation part lurk. I gotta set more Nightbot commands up 100%.
That's a hit.
That was not the right thing. Sorry. That's the right thing. Oh, what the fuck?
It's the curse of the ones returning. It's been transferred to you, buddy.
Well, that sucks ass.
So 1 damage.
Yeah.
Boop. What is...
And I've been muted this whole time. Should it not be 2d8? Most cantrips go up in damage.
Oh, no,
probably.
you right. You right.
Roll your second D8.
4.
I had completely forgotten that. Also, I didn't save my document when I added my languages, so that's nice.
All I know is I can't wait to get to level 8 so I can have a fly speed.
Check the crit damage stuff, and I fucking hate 5e crits.
Anything else for you guys?
Oh, if you're talking to me, no.
Okay. What is his movement speed? It's that speed. Okay. These two are gonna go there. He's gonna move here. There.
So this Gayborn, do we know who they are? This
I
person?
believe we were told.
Yes. You know that he also just told you that he's the current lord of the castle above.
Okay. Cool.
Two
Unfortunately, yeah,
attacks
I
on
don't
you,
have a lurk
Tucker.
mode yet. I gotta update like all of my
Fine, I
shit.
got 19 AC.
I gotta make
Confident.
sure we're up to snuff here.
No, 1 hit for 4 damage as he bites you. All the others miss. I'm rolling
Alright.
just as
Yo,
bad
we
as you
also
guys.
got Dragoon Beyblader in chat. Hell yeah. Thanks for stopping back. Stopping back by
That
back.
was them. That was that person.
Language is hard.
Now that you guys are closer, you can see a little bit further into this hallway. You do see that Splattergoo has moved into the entranceway here.
Splatter glue. You keep saying splatter goo.
Yeah.
What is splatter goo?
The leader of the Bullywugs.
I don't.
This
Oh,
guy.
there he is. Okay, there he is. All right. I was hoping splatter goo was the dude I killed.
No. He has moved. He double moved. The owl did his
That
thing.
is
The owl.
simply goo you splattered.
Fair.
Drelmore looks at you and goes, "I'm sorry."
I'm just gonna kind of mouth back at him. If you don't want to, then fake it.
But you do see that as he goes to start his attack, what wasn't a sword, his sword appears in his hand as he attacks. An 8 to hit?
Nope.
Yeah, the nat 2. But yeah, you saw him basically teleport his sword into his hand. Gajard, it's your turn. You can't tell if he pulled his punch or if he just actually missed you.
I'm gonna take an attack of op and breath weapon again. I don't get many opportunities. Hitting 3 Bullywugs again seems like a good call.
Does Breath Weapon cause attacks of up?
Breath weapon does not, but I have to move to get 3 of them.
Oh, gotcha. So it's gonna be 1 attack of up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
They're gonna spear you because that's what they would do.
2 more, and then another con save all around. And
Okay.
hopefully they'll fail, and I'll roll good damage.
I assume I'm going to go on a limb and say 6.
Yes, it does.
3 con saves, right?
Yep, I'm hitting the 3 Bullywugs in this room.
They all fail. 1
Come
just
on.
barely.
Come on, big money.
Big money, no whammies, no whammies.
11's not terrible.
The one that barely failed, dies.
Haha.
Hey, 1 dead is fine, because now these guys are probably in cantrip range, which is also helpful to me.
These 2 look hurt beyond belief.
Yeah, I'm hoping maybe a magic missile or a cantrip can fix that for me. We got the bump in the set, and we're gonna see who can spike.
Spike, I can be a dog.
Anything else for you?
Nope, that's it.
Limus, it is your turn.
Limus takes the most impressive turn and goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Hey, you made it onto my screen. I can see you now, buddy.
Mike,
Hey guys!
Yeah.
my
Yes.
sheet didn't save when I
Your
added all
sheet
my
didn't
languages
shit?
last time we
I
met.
also heard
so
my sheet
my
didn't
languages
shit.
might not be the same.
That's fine.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm
Hey,
glad
there's a
you and I are
Limus
on the
now.
same page, Tucker.
That happens more often. than not.
Harold
I
needs to
do
come
appreciate
closer
it.
so I can move more.
Alright, so that was your double move, right, Limus?
Yep.
Okay. Harold, you got turn.
Junior's gonna come a little bit closer.
Okay.
Look, clearing stuff off the board is incredibly helpful right now. If you can kill 2 bullywugs in 1 turn, that's my request.
Quick question.
I mean,
Quick answer.
If a spell says self is the range, I cannot cast it on another individual.
Correct.
Correct.
If a spell has a 90-foot range, I could still cast it on myself.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. Because you are within the 90 feet.
perfect.
You basically target any point within 90 feet of you.
Okay,
So it's a radius of 90.
got it.
I'm just trying to see if I have a spell that'll let me kill more than one that isn't Thunderwave.
I mean, do you have Magic Missile?
I do.
Just
Yeah.
fire off.
They look pretty hurt.
hurt.
Yeah, I'll fire off a missile. I'll move here.
Okay.
It sounds like they might be low enough where one dart might pick off one, and hopefully
Who
another
is
to
the
another.
hurt most looking?
Between the two of them, they look equal.
Yeah, they took the same damage. They took the same damage from a breath weapon.
I'll fire on the one farther from Gajar first.
Farthest from him, okay.
Let me know what you think.
Oh, still up.
Same one.
Okay. Dead.
And now the one close to Gajar.
Dead.
8. Sick.
Dead.
Perfect. That is literally everything that had to happen correctly.
And because I have that thing, I gain a little bit of health back because of that. But that's my turn.
Okay. It is Bullywug's turns.
I killed 2 creatures, but it's 1 level 1 spell. Do I only gain 2 points?
1 level, 1 spell, yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. But 2 health points is 2 health points.
1 set is attacking Tucker, and 2 sets on not Gashar. Harold.
Heroism
touch
is
me.
worn off by now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Then my 27 is my accurate life total.
Alright, so on Gashar, a 17 and a 6 do not hit.
Correct.
On Harold, does a 16 hit you?
16 does hit.
Alright, so you have 2 hits on you. Both of them are the spears, and for a total of 15.
Ooh. Pain.
Spicy.
Spice the meat,
There-
the ball.
They're not going to live to regret that.
Which puts it at Splattergo's turn.
Splatter his goo.
What can Splattergo do?
What can Splatter
I
do?
saw a big picture of him, and he's so derpy looking.
Oh yeah.
I just love it.
Interesting. Interesting.
And when the
These-
DM says that, everyone's in for a bad time.
No, all of his spells are terrible.
Oh yeah.
But he's gonna. Oh no, he doesn't. He has a good spell. Never mind. Aha. He's gonna walk here. No, he's gonna walk here because he doesn't care. That guy can disappear. He doesn't care about alliances. He's gonna thunderwave you all.
Of course he is.
I'm out of range.
That's a con save, right, Chris?
Let me pull it up real quick. I have it right in front of me. Thunderwave is a con save. Yep.
Okay, so 3 bullywugs get 1 each. 2 pass, 1 don't.
20 feels pretty good.
His DC is an 18, so yeah.
14 does not feel good then. Then I'm taking all 3 d8s. Unless he casts it as a higher spell.
No.
Oh, it's 2 d8s. Never mind.
I take none or half.
You're taking half.
Damn. And I don't resist thunder damage. I'm not a fucking sapphire dragon.
And then we're pushed 10 feet away.
Wait,
I
8
gotta
or 10? Is it 8 or 10s?
D8s.
Oh, okay.
I got a wall behind me. I don't think I'm going anywhere.
Whoever didn't pass takes 11.
And then I go back 10 feet. Yay!
What am I taking?
6.
Oh, I am hurting.
The bullywug closest to him looks really hurt because he was not prepared and gets flung over here.
Oh, I don't like that. That's not 4 things in my breath weapon.
Does Born Gray pass? Let's see.
Born grape?
Gray.
Ah.
Gray.
I'm gonna say like
He was wearing
dragonborn. She's a
purple.
grape born.
He has a plus. He has a training in his con saves. He does not pass though. So he takes the full 11, submit that number, and he gets flown back over here. And he shouts in Elvish at in common as Spattergoo. Angry that that just happened. Now it is Born Gray's turn.
Excuse me. I mean, if you wanted to heal me, that'd be cool.
Yeah, about that. He's
Oh,
not happy.
My
that-
son.
He's not happy there's undead in this castle.
Oh, he better not touch my child.
It's not really your child though.
Shut up.
Yeah, also, that's the best target he can go for and work with us here.
He's gonna shock and grasp it.
Oh,
No, my
that's-
boy.
my boy.
Father, help!
What level is he? The 7th level. With shock and grasp have this number of dice.
Oh, I miss Seeker.
So you take 7 damage. Which-
Uh,
Would put you at 0, but you're a zombie. So make a con saving throw. 5 plus 7, so DC 12.
Ha.
Okay, he's still up at 1.
oh no.
Which, you can see that the shock and grasp didn't take it down. Because he hit with a cantrip, he's going to use his bonus action to swing his sword at the zombie.
Can't you
Stop
just
it.
reanimate it after it dies?
No.
No.
Ah.
Otherwise, it's a rule that I implemented that way. He just doesn't have infinite everything.
Fair.
I can see what his attack to hit is.
Like in Skyrim, they just kind of dissolve away after due to the reanimation magic.
Or they fly off the screen.
Yo, get
820 is your zombie, right?
Yeah. Don't be mean, Michael.
So my minimum damage is 5.
Con save.
Let me actually roll it because that does matter now that I realize that. D8 plus 4. But I put a space. Oof. That is a
Is
DC
14 not enough?
No, it's a DC 15.
No!
So I rolled 10 damage.
No!
So he is dead, right?
Yeah.
Nasty undead in my castle. You're next. He turns to Harold.
In Elvish. I can't wait to reanimate you.
Limus from the background. Ha!
Oh, tattle on him. Please tattle on him in common.
Or Elvish.
Gujar doesn't speak Elvish, so he'd have to tattle in common.
No, Limus just laughs.
But that is his turn. Gujar, your turn.
Right. Give me 3 more con saves.
Is one of them splatter goo?
Yep.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Look, this is like the only time I've ever been able to make this of any use to me, so I'm going to take it and use all of them right now.
And say your breath weapon's been doing work.
Because we did a special breath weapon.
Not even that. It
That
was
doesn't change what I said.
I could still get a cone from it. I'm not doing anything weird.
No, because normally breath weapons are you have to roll die to reset it. Following
No.
fizz bands,
No.
it's different.
Yeah, as of fizz bands, it's you get them No, Dragonborn get them once per day in the core book. Dragonborn were very bad.
Oh, that's fair.
Now it deals a little less damage, but I can use them my proficiency times per long rest.
That's pretty good.
Oh, there's 10 damage for full damage. It's better when I can hit a bunch of stuff with it. So I'll take being able to spread around 5 cold damage right now, because even that's still 15 damage. Heaven forbid they take full and it's 30. That's still pretty solid.
Cool. Why is this con save so good? What's your DC?
14, not great.
I matched it, so that's a pass, right?
Yep.
So he takes 5. And the bullywugs take 5.
No, I was hoping they'd just die.
They're close. They're very close to dying.
And you know what? I'm just going to go deep here. I'm thinking I can take a hit. I'm going to scoot in here and get ready to beat the crap out of him. I'm hoping Limus or Harold might be able to finish some bullywugs. But that's it.
Okay. Limus, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Let's see. All right. Limus is gonna. Oops, gotta do this.
2 weak bullywugs around me, just so you know.
5, 10, 15, 20. Is this person on our side or not?
Neither.
Okay. Then Limus is going to stay here and try to pick off this bullywog with the bow.
Which one?
The
Say it
one,
again.
the one
The
giving
one to the right-
flanking.
Yeah, the one to the right of Gajar.
Okay.
So that is a D20 plus 6. What? It'd be helpful if I could type D20 plus 6. Is 14 to hit?
Mhm.
Cool. 1d8 plus 3 plus 1d6. 1d6 psychic damage. 10 dams. Cool. That's all I got.
Hey, that's helpful.
Harold, it's your turn.
It is my turn. All right. So let me see if something's a. Can Dragon's Roar be a bonus action?
What's that?
Within 10 feet, anybody who hears this sound, we have an advantage on until my next turn.
Why would it be a bonus action? Just because you want it to be?
Yes. That, and I don't remember if it actually is or is not, because I didn't write that down.
Hold on, I'm looking it up. It is an action spell.
Damn it! All right, that's fine. So instead of that, we're going to use one of my level 3 spells for the day and use Vampiric Touch.
Hold on. What did you say yours did?
You said that mine would give us advantage against enemies who heard it up until my next turn, within 10 feet.
Okay, so I don't know. Where's that coming from?
That's what you told me to write down.
Is it a spell?
It's a race trait.
Okay. Let me actually look. I'm seeing a spell. Hold on. Interesting. Because I don't know what that does anymore. I don't remember where I looked to find your race. Oh, I think I found it. As a bonus action, you let out a Draconic Roar at your enemies
Oh, yes.
within 10 feet of you until the end of your next turn. You and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against any of those enemies who can hear your roar.
All right. So then you just hear this primal scream from Harold.
From his stomach.
Yes.
Weird.
Harold's mouth never actually moves when he talks.
No, but you're good at projecting. This does not project.
Yeah.
Even though you try.
So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to cast Vampiric Touch
No, which one?
on Born Grey.
Okay. That is an attack roll, right?
Yep. It's a melee spell attack.
Okay.
I'll take the 24.
Okay.
And he's going to take 3d6 necrotic damage.
So unfortunately, that only gives advantage to this and this.
He's going to take 15, almost max.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to gain 7 health.
Yep.
Because I'm assuming round down.
Yes. It might say it on the spell.
It does not. Just half damage dealt.
Okay, I think yeah, maybe round it down.
And much like Witch Bolt, I can just keep rolling for that.
Mm-hmm. Until your concentration breaks.
Yep. So give them their bullywugs their turn.
Okay. One set on Tucker. And one set on Harold.
I like to think that the vampiric touch was less of a touch and more of a serious black punch to Lucius Malfoy's face.
I do have one hit though on you.
Me?
Mm-hmm. For 3
Okay.
whole damage as he nibbles on you
Ew.
with his gums.
So I still don't fully understand concentration. So anytime I get hit, I have to roll to concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And it's damage
Right.
plus something.
Probably 8.
what do I
Everything starts at 8.
roll?
Constitution.
Concentration saving
Okay.
throw. Is
I'm
equal
assuming
to
that's
10.
equal.
Hold on. 10 plus. Or it's equal to 10 or half the damage you take, whichever is higher.
Oh, okay.
So DC 10.
Sweet. Pass.
That was both Bullywug's turn. Splattergoo. Is gonna bite you, Tucker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the range for that.
I am within teeth range.
Bullywugs don't have teeth.
Secret
They do
tooth.
not.
I can do it 36 more times, but I wouldn't be able to chew my meat.
An 11 does not hit.
It does not.
It's gonna spear you.
No, have him do something with cold damage. That'd be great.
A 19. It's
Yep.
As you see it strike you, though, you see what looks like poison. It's green. Pour out of his hand onto the blade, onto the spear that he's holding, as it stabs you. What? If you're talking, Tucker, I can't hear you.
No, I'm just complaining.
Oofa doofa. 21.
That's fine. I'm still out.
I know. But oof. That is his whole turn. Um. Born great.
Limus, any chance you'll come over here? Oh, it's Drelmer's turn, right?
Yeah. Born Grey is gonna attack. And that is a touch. Okay. Oh, good. He's gonna shock and grasp you, Harold.
All right.
So he's making an attack roll. A 9 does not hit,
Haha.
but
That fucking gets a second attack.
yeah, because he used the cantrip, he's gonna throw his daggers at Limus.
Daggers at Limus?
Oh wait, that's just a thing in general. If you use a cantrip, you can do a second thing.
Also, Limus goes, I got you!
Specifically, he can use a bonus action to do an attack.
Because of a class thing. I can't just use a cantrip and do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No,
So
he's
then
actually attacking with a bonus action. Actually, if you have the right type of rogue, you could do that, Tucker. But you're not the right type of rogue.
What other rogues get magic, Mike?
None, but if you could attack with a bonus action as
Okay.
as an assassin is what I mean.
Yeah, right, because Assassin ever feels like a good pick.
Hey, it was fun when I played it.
Yeah, because your DM played nice with you.
Yeah.
I've read Assassin. It's bad.
And a 7 does not hit you, Limus. So that is his turn.
Does Limus respond to the mental communication?
Yes, Lima shouts, "I got you!"
In which case, I am going to. I wish I had anything that let me do things a second time. Like I wish Firebolt gave you a second bolt as opposed to a more damage.
Yeah.
Using a potion you said as a bonus action, yeah?
Yep, and it heals whatever the max is for the potion.
Alright, well what's the next step up from what the basic potion we've all bought is? Because I'm gonna drink me one of those. So a potion.
Greater is 44 plus 4, so 16, 20.
Okay. Go up 20. Good job, fancy good boy cup.
Fancy good
I'm
boy.
gonna try to get rid of this. Get rid of this pesky bullywug up here.
Okay.
Of course. It doesn't matter. It does matter because it's fucking irrelevant. I fucking hate these crits in 5e. This isn't a comment on you, Mike. This is it's shitty that 5e decided this.
Decided what, though?
That you don't get your ability modifier twice. So I just let go of the weapon. It doesn't have any of my ability behind it anymore.
Yeah, but we're using cards, so the card could just be something completely not double. Because there's some crits that don't double your damage in those cards.
Double your damage, ignore DR.
But 10 is still enough.
That's still the frustrating part. Is it doesn't have that it's not in there because it implies that like it feels like it implies, especially with the strength weapon, that I've just let go of it and the weapon itself did something tricky.
Yeah, it's 16 as opposed to 20.
Which can be a huge difference in the end, especially if you roll that fucking 1.
Don't roll a 1.
But that's why it's better. This is my problem with crits, is the fact that that's why doubling the whole damage feels better, because at least if you still roll like shit, it got an 8 as opposed to a 4. But anyway, it's dead. It didn't matter. Again, I'm not complaining at you, Mike. I'm complaining at 5e. I think this is a bad setup.
That is your turn. So Limus.
Limus!
I enjoy the fact that Limus just yells their name when they do a thing.
If you double move, you can get to if you double move, you can get behind Splatter Goo with no attacks of op.
Yeah, but I'm willing to risk an attack of op to do it, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Hold on. Now I need to figure that out.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah. You can't get into flanking
Now
without
I want to
double
move.
move.
double moving.
Hold on, let me see. What do we got? What do we got here? What's the likelihood
You can
that
make it there with 1 movement.
Yeah, it's not good enough. What's the likelihood that there's a fight after this? Pretty likely, right? Fuck it.
And we don't.
Double
you
move.
don't know.
Double move.
Hold on. Nope, still the same. Okay. So you're making sure you're avoiding attack swap with that.
Yes.
Okay. And that is your turn, unless you can do a bonus unless your bonus action can be a dash. Then you have a bonus action left.
I do
Well,
not
which-
know if I have a bonus action to dash.
If it could be, he should have done that first, as opposed to using his action to dash.
I do
But
not know
that-
if I have that capability, and I don't know how to
You
tell.
don't.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think Rangers.
unless something said you did, you don't.
I don't think I have that then. So double move to get into flanking position. I'll hopefully end this dude for Gajar. That's all I got. My
You don't have bonus action, anything?
the bonus action won't prove helpful past this fight if there isn't another immediate fight afterwards.
Fair.
So that's it.
Okay. Harold, it is your turn.
All right. Another bonus action for another terrifying screech. And I will.
That is
make
the
an
last one
attack.
you have, right?
You didn't tell me I had a specific amount of them.
Yes, I did. It's part of
No
it.
if you did, then I didn't write it down.
The number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
That's fine. I
Okay.
spelled for proficiency wrong, but I can fix that later.
Yeah.
And I'll make that attack again.
On which one?
Dick Nugget.
Okay.
Dick
23
Nugget.
hits.
All right. 10 feels okay.
Still up.
Mm,
You heal 5.
yep. Does he look worse for wear?
Yeah. For sure.
In Elvish. This is gonna be over soon, don't you worry. Then you're mine for eternity.
Is that in Elvish?
Yes.
As eternal as that last one that I broke.
Lima shouts in common, "Are you sure you want to do that?"
Whatever it is, don't do it.
That's it. That's the plot. That's my
the
turn though.
Thingy's turn. Bullywug, that's its name. 2 attacks on you. 1 hit for 4.
Me?
Yep, it gummed you.
How durst the that means I have to make a constitution check.
Yep, DC 10.
12.
You pass. Splattergoose turn.
Good.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Can you both...
Who's both?
Wait, are you all in range?
Potentially.
What's the radius on it? Thunderwave, what's the radius on that?
Thunderwave's range is 15 foot.
Self 15-foot cube.
Yep.
Damn. Harold's out of the range, but both of you make con saves, please.
If I'm out of the range, that means that other bullywug is in range.
Yeah, it is a 15-foot cube.
Yeah, that's fine.
How do I figure out what my constitution saving throw is? I have a +2, but my
Are you proficient in con saves?
no,
Then it's +2.
It's +2.
just +2 or my proficiency bonus.
You're not proficient in it, so you don't have proficiency.
Okay.
Only the 2 that you circled in.
That's 8. That's not good.
Yeah, I didn't do so hot either, buddy.
I think you all failed.
Yeah.
I don't have anything listed as me being proficient in.
You should.
Oh yeah, all classes have 2 saves they're proficient in.
I've got
I will look
intelligence
that
and
up then.
wisdom.
Yeah, wizards should be intelligence, and I'm also gonna guess wisdom.
I'm a very
Gashar, you
smart, nice
passed.
Oh, cool. I
child. Wow.
definitely thought it was higher.
So did I.
Well, I can
It is
only
not.
be pushed back 5 feet, so...
Yeah, but that's incredibly inconvenient for me, who's trying to get advantage very desperately.
But first damage. Still this damage. 5.
5 dams for Limus?
Yep, and 3 for Tucker.
5. You said 5.
This body goes flying up there. You get flung back. You pass, you don't get flung.
I like the idea of the bullywug just ragdolling away.
It's exactly what happened.
Intelligence and wisdom. You were right, Tucker.
It's usually the 2 saves that make the most sense for the class.
Okay.
Like a rogues are intelligence and dexterity, because they're flippy and they know
So-
about traps.
I need to, remember that.
It is now Born Gray's turn. And you've given him no reason to not attack you anymore. So he's going to attack you again. Shocking Grasp. $14.
Suck my ass. That's a no.
But you still get a sword. No, I have not been rolling the right amount of numbers for his sword. It is 1 higher. And 12 doesn't hit either. Okay.
Yes. Fuck you.
Make an insight check.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Doodly-doo.
While he's doing that, Gashar, you can go.
If I hold my attack action for the triggering of enters flanking again, can I also still smite on that attack?
Yeah, you can say that you're going to use an attack to smite. But you're the bottom of the order anyways.
I got a 13.
Yeah, but Limus is the top.
Right. Your hold action goes away at the end of the turn.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's how it is in 3-5 also.
No, in 3-5 I would become first in the initiative if I held my turn.
No?
Yeah, I would just drop out of that turn's initiative and come in first next.
I've never heard that before.
I don't think that's how we played it either.
Yeah, you always only held until you needed it, and then turn it ran out.
Yeah, and when you didn't have your turn, you wound up in the next turn still holding your action. You were effectively sacrificing a turn to put yourself differently in the initiative.
Yeah,
Nope,
he would
never
still...
actually ran it like that.
Huh.
Never thought I ran it that way.
It's because it never happened. Rarely was that necessary.
So I was always under the impression that you lost it in 3-5 also.
Yeah, you effectively lose the turn. You did not go in that turn.
No, but then you're back on the normal order at the next turn. It's my understanding of it. It was how
Yeah,
that was. How...
But still trying to land. You could still choose where to go.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that choosing was still there. But it makes sense it's only until the end of the turn because you're holding your action for the turn. Is how
And then
it's
what?
worded.
And
You just don't get it. You don't get your turn. If the thing that you want set up that doesn't trigger, it doesn't trigger your action.
Yeah, but that's not to say it cannot trigger.
In that turn, it did not.
Yeah, so I'm now waiting on it in the next turn for the same thing to happen.
Nope, that's not how that works. Because you're basically holding on for 6 seconds for something to happen. Something that happens 6 seconds. In real combat, you're not just going to keep standing there for an indefinite amount of getting hit.
That's what I'm saying, is that I'm still waiting. I've whiffed on those 6 seconds. I'm now in the next bout waiting for it to happen.
Which is what I'm saying. Like, in real combat, it wouldn't happen like that. You wouldn't just stay standing there like, all right, I'm waiting for that thing to move so I can cast a fireball on it. It's not moving. I'm getting hit by everything, but I'm not moving. It's not moving, so I can't do my actions.
But you say that like a sniper would go, well, 6 seconds passed, guess I'll fire a shot.
No, but you're basically saying, like, in your case, if you wanted to say cast a fireball if something moved into your range. That is the action you are holding. Until something gets into your range, you can no longer take a turn.
Or until I ditch the hold the action.
That's not... You can't have it both ways.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
You're saying that you're holding your action until the thing happens, meaning that you want to hold it until it happens, and then all of a sudden it's like, actually, I don't want to hold that action anymore.
But in that respect, whoever's last in the initiative cannot hold a single action at all.
Correct.
But holding an action is something everybody has.
So unless you're last.
But it doesn't specifically say that.
Sure it does. Holding an action till end of turn. I will look it up.
Like I said, I don't know how it works in 5e. I'm arguing 3-5. I'm also not particularly arguing it because there's no point.
Alright, fine. Fine. No, you're right. Hold on. I will admit when I'm wrong. You get to hold it until the start of your next turn. So if your action on this turn is to wait until he gets into position,
and
by the start of your next turn, if that doesn't happen, you have lost that chance to do that action.
And this is 5e stuff.
Correct. I just looked it up.
It's not affecting my initiative order, but I get a full turn of holding my action. Not a full turn order, which would end at my turn, but until my next turn.
Correct.
Then yes, I would like to hold my action.
Until
somebody steps into flanking range.
And then you're gonna attack with smite or just attack?
That's the other question, is I can choose to smite as a bonus action if I hit. I don't have to call it out until I've hit.
Because normally you can only hold an action, not a bonus action, so
okay, Splattergoo takes 11 damage and it's the end of the turn.
You're not attacking? You're not gonna hold?
No.
Okay.
Because now we are at the I can't have my cake and eat it too. I want to deal maximum damage to him.
Okay.
And in this specific instance, I cannot achieve that.
So why not you... No, why didn't you use your bonus action to add more damage then?
Because next turn Limus can be flanking and he can smite then and get even more bonus damage.
Yeah, and try to crit for it.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
We're a guy down fighting 2 casters with minimal healing. I'm definitely trying to make sure I maximize my action economy while still being within the rules.
Well, Harold does have potions. He chooses not to use them. Limus, it is your turn.
Limus steps within flanking distance. Does Limus finish their turn, or does that automatically trigger Kajar?
No, I'm not holding anything.
Okay.
Kajar is not holding anything. Otherwise, if he was, he would interrupt your current turn.
Okay.
To do his thing, and then you would finish your turn.
Fair. But Gajar is not holding.
Correct.
Then I'm going to point blank a bow shot.
Okay.
Which is D20 plus 6. Eventually the dice will roll, and I can read a number for you. But until that happens, we're going to just vamp for time, as it were. 8 does not hit.
No.
I apologize for that little tirade, by the way. I just
no, it was. I learned something, I relearned something new.
It just because the way you were saying it, it definitely sounded like the sniper just fires a shot even if nothing's in range, which seems weird.
How important is
what I was more so saying is that you just wouldn't take the shot.
How important is Splattergoo?
He's the guy Snapjaw said he hated most.
He's the guy that killed the leader of Snapjaw's village. As you can see by the hat he's wearing, is the head of said lizard folk.
All right, I'm going to try to be cheeky here. Let me know if it works. As a bonus action, Limus is going to hold their hand, like their fist, straight out. Basically pointing the opening of like where their fingers curl at this splatter goo, okay?
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, cast Flame Blade so it spawns already penetrating this guy. Does that work?
I believe we can cast it. You get an attack with it. It is a bonus action.
I can use my action to make a melee attack, but it's a bonus action to cast.
I'm gonna say no then, because that's a cheaty way to do that. No.
Yeah, I thought as much. All right, then.
And casting
try-
it's like that, so you can spend your bonus action to have it and still make an attack with it in the same turn.
Yeah, but I'm trying to use it reactionary. If I miss my attack, still be able to do something. But my issue is if I use it now and he dies on Gajar's turn, if we're not in another fight within 10 minutes, I whiff the spell, essentially. So,
Do it, Kenny. Do what you gotta do.
man, I wish I had more bonus actions. I know I've still got one wild shape in me, but I'm going to hold on to that. I guess.
Yeah, what you're doing is fine, Kenny.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I have advantage.
Okay.
That's an 18 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay, that changes everything. I forgot we're
And what-
flanking.
I wasn't gonna say anything because I wasn't sure if you got it from point blank range with the bow.
Yeah.
So that's D8 1. Whoa, what the hell's happening? 1d8 plus 3
What the
plus
happened, Helen?
1d6 for 6 damage.
Ooh, you rolled low, my dude.
Yeah. Almost minimum damage.
Still up.
Yeah, I figured. That's it then. I got a hit. I'm happy.
Harold, your turn.
I'm out of
What was
I'm out
your
of roll.
hold on? What was your insight?
13.
You're pretty sure he's pulling his punches. Like he's putting on a good show, but he has not hit you that hard, honestly.
Hmm.
Do with that as you will.
Uh, ugh.
What is Harold gonna do?
Have internal torment. In Elvish, because it seems like that's been going well to communicate with this son of a bitch so far.
Crack open a cold one.
I'm sorry, what?
That was me.
Anyways, you're gonna say
Hold on, I lost it. Apologize for my zombie.
he says nothing.
Then vampiric touch. That was his one chance.
Everybody gets one.
That's a hit.
Oof, Mindam.
He is
Or
still
not
up.
almost close to minimum anyway. All right. That's what I got.
Okay.
That means it's Splattergoop's turn.
Yep. He looks over at Born Grey. I can't have you dying on me now. What caster level is he? Number 6. And you see a glowing white light around Born Grey as he looks healthier.
You son of a bitch!
Um, and that is his turn. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. No. He's actually gonna. You guys can attack Savop as he jumps over here.
Haha! I snick at my bow.
Lemony Snicket?
Yep, that's a 20 to hit.
Or no, better play position be here.
We get
You guys have advantage.
well, my
You-
26 still definitely hits him.
Yeah,
Yep.
my 21 hits as well.
Alright, roll your damages.
11 damage on from Limus.
19.
That's a cool 30 dams on this Snobglab. What's his name? Splattergoo.
I like Snobglab.
He is still up, but definitely looks hurt.
Petition to rename him Snobglab.
No, we're not just going to talk about far blacks either.
Far Black.
His first name is Farblack.
Far black Splattergoo.
That just makes it better.
That's a great ass name.
All right, well, I'm finally in a good position to do my thing, so I'm hoping I get to take my turn.
He looks at Splattergoo, and the rest of you. Well, he's been nice. I'm gonna go back to the castle. Deal with the lizard folk. As he misty steps away.
No! You son of a fucking bitch.
What happened?
Deal with the bullywugs instead.
There's just strings of cursing from Harold, like more colorful language than you've ever heard them use.
All right, so am I getting my stab now?
Yeah, now that Splattergoo has a look of, no, I've been abandoned.
Can I scoot into this corner?
Yeah.
All right.
It's mostly a space.
All right, well, an 18's pretty good. I'll take that 18.
That is a hit.
How worse for the wear is he looking?
Oh, very.
I'm gonna
Like, he
save-
should not have moved. Type of. He thought he was being clever, getting away from you guys.
I'll save my smite then. 24 damage. That feels pretty good.
Oh, because of sneak attack. I was like, where's the d6 coming from?
Okay.
You have killed him.
Good.
The head of the lizard folk topples over as he plops down.
And I really wanted to tell Drellmore, or tell Borngrave to wait a moment. Gone.
We're
I
currently out of
wait
turn
for
order.
him.
I'm gonna quickly rifle through his pockets if he doesn't look disgusting.
Not really. Let's see.
Lima says, "Hey guys, I found a treasure, but I don't think I found the treasure."
Do you know what treasure we're looking for?
Limus does. Kenny doesn't.
We're looking for a portal.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
You do know there is some sort of chamber down below, 'cause that's where they came from.
Kajar's gonna grab the hat for now in case we bump into somebody helpful.
Okay.
If he doesn't have anything neat in his pockets, Kajar's just gonna keep going.
Not on his person that you can find.
All right, then we're going this way.
Like, the most impressive thing is his staff, and it's just a stick that he found. Hold on. I'm revealing. And probably gonna reveal the rest.
Once what this bullywug's head was is now entirely brain matter and blood, Harold will follow.
So you get into this chamber, and you see that this is, you assume it is where Fairblacks would come to get away from everything. In this room, it is covered in mud.
Mud, love it.
The chair against a reading table is also covered in mud, so you assume that's where Sparrow sat. On the table are a box of candles and a wooden chest.
Use the candles to light the chest on fire.
I'm just gonna reach over and open the chest with my mage hand.
Thought it was like a escape room type deal.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure this mud is bullywug poop. They don't ooze mud. Where the hell's this mud coming from?
It's wet.
You can't always be wet.
You ever walk in the grass in winter? It's all mud.
The chair and table is over here.
It's not grass poop.
Let me draw you the shape.
Isn't
Yeah, it's
grass
frog
poop just
poop.
dirt?
It is right here.
Yeah, and
All right.
mud is poop. No, never mind. I lost the plot.
Mud is poop. There you go. All right, well, mage hand can reach from here, so I'm gonna open it.
Okay, so that's as far in as you're going.
For now, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Look, I got a cool, really good mage hand. I'm gonna keep using mage hand.
That's fine. You are just enough in the room that it affects you, though. Something goes off as you open the chest. Mist covers the whole room, and it quickly dissipates. You don't feel weird, or actually, hold on. You do have to make a save. Constitution saving throw.
Yep, I figured that was coming.
Okay, so let me make sure that you fail or not. Because as you open it, a bunch of clay pots fall down. A total of 5 of them fall down that were around the room. The DC is that number. So yeah, the mist happens. You don't feel weird, as far as you can tell. And yeah, the chest is open.
All right, just gonna take anything from it.
Are you gonna walk in to get it?
No, I'm just gonna kind of scoop it out with mage hand.
Mage Hand can pick up one of the things, not the other.
Well, when I go to pick up the other one, it disappears. I guess I finally have to walk in.
But the first one in your hand is a spell book.
I have Mage Hand. Can we pick it up together?
All right,
No.
gonna just have that spell book, and I guess we're gonna walk over now.
In the chest is a second spellbook, but this one looks thicker and heavier.
Okay, 2 spell books. Cool.
How far are you in? Are you going right up the table?
Yeah, gotta go in to pick it up, and that's
Yep.
sorry, that's not sass at you. That's just fucking have to use my hands like a fucking asshole.
Um. One second, I gotta make a quick pog. I forgot this did this in this room. Is anyone following Tucker in?
Yeah.
I will. I saw spell books and I want to see them.
Limus isn't going to be left alone again right now.
Okay.
But it's going to hang
Tucker.
back a little bit.
Tucker, hold on. Where are you guys staying? Like, where do you step?
Limus
I'll
is where
step
Limus
right up
is.
next to Gajar because books.
Okay.
Limus has an arrow knocked.
I'm sorry. What Five Nights at Freddy character is this?
Tucker, as you're looking up, as you hear someone approach you, you see these nightmare frogs just standing next to you.
Wait, what now?
How now, brown cow?
What did you say, Tucker?
What now? Am I muted? No, Kenny made a joke. I'm not muted.
No, I didn't hear the first word. It sounded like you crackled on the first word.
I think I said, all right, what now?
Um,
'Cause I feel
Is
like
that Tucker saying it
Gajar...
or Gajar saying it?
No, it's Tucker, because I feel like Gajar would have the sense to go, all right, that poison definitely didn't feel poisony. This is probably poison.
no, roll d6 for me, please.
That humble D6. Oof.
Okay, hold on. That's important.
Sometimes ones are good
When?
when the enemy rolls them.
Yeah, I'm alright.
How much movement total can you do, Tucker?
60.
I'm going to have you move 60 feet. So hold on, let me... This. You cannot control this movement.
Yeah.
You're going to go
Okay.
right there.
I think that's longer than 60 feet, but okay.
No, it's not. I
Well,
meant...
you didn't
Oh,
start on my...
sorry. One back.
Yeah, you didn't start at my square, so...
Yep. You are terrified of these things, and you're just mindlessly going in this direction. What are you guys
Did
doing
he
as you
bring the
seek...
books with him?
No. He left them on the table.
Then I'm going to take both of those books.
So that's not true. One of them definitely would have been had, because in order to get it to me, it was mage-handed, so I definitely have one of them.
Okay, that's fair. That would be in, like, a pocket or something. Or a backpack,
Then
or...
the thicker one is mine.
Yep. So I'm going to label these so that you guys know which one is who. Because until stuff happens, you are these pieces for now.
Okay.
Just so I know where to put your real pieces after.
And a big thick spellbook will go in the bag of holding.
Yep. At quick feel for weight, you're pretty sure this is a 9th level caster spellbook.
Ooh. I'm just going to label it big thick spellbook. You'll know what I mean.
Yeah, but will you?
Yeah.
Let me make
Mike's
sure.
in charge of remembering things that I write
Let
down.
me make sure that I actually said what I said right. Yes. Okay. There's a 9th level wizard's spellbook. Salimus and Harold, that is you. You have 27 health, in case that matters. You have 15 health, in case that matters.
I'm going to look at Limus. I'm assuming he still looks like Limus to, or they still look like Limus.
Oh yeah, to you both, you look normal.
So what happened?
Did we
with
see
Gajar?
the mist?
You heard crashing. You saw like puff of something, but you're not sure what it was.
Puff puff pass.
You assumed it was dust at the time.
Maybe it has something to do with all that crashing. We should probably go get him.
You heard him muttering to himself something along the lines of, "Not these nightmare frogs. Nope, not these nightmare frogs. Not dealing with them."
Huh. Nightmare frogs.
So, yeah, I guess we'll go after Gajar.
Does Gajar not try
on
to
our way out-
find his companions with a telepathic beam?
If he's scared, he might not think about it.
Hold on. You guys did your move. That's your turn movement.
Yeah, using it as an end-all, be-all does potentially get me out of a lot of things.
Yeah.
You currently do not have control over yourself, Tucker.
I'm in a different tab, my guy.
Different tab.
Please move yourself here.
Wait, is Borngray actually there, or does that?
I
just
don't
mean-
have control. I don't have control over myself. Go move yourself.
Born Gray is not here. He's at this point gone.
Bolognese.
Damn it! I
He
was
has
so
Misty stepped
excited.
his way far enough away.
I'm gonna find him, and I'm gonna murder him.
Because you're going to end up going this way. You're going to end up seeing this, so it's not going to be that long.
How much do bullywugs weigh?
Yes, I don't know.
Like 30 pounds, 20 pounds, 100 pounds.
Google it. 'Cause it does not
Alright.
say it. It does not say it on the creature sheet.
Is it BU or BO?
BULLYWUG.
Thank you.
But you're gonna end up going this direction, Tucker. Just so you're aware. Yeah, your guys' turn now. He is still beelining it away from you guys. Still muttering about nightmare frogs.
Alright, they're about 75 pounds.
What? Nightmare frogs?
No,
bullywugs. Which means I'm gonna sling Splatter you over my shoulder and just walk with him.
What is your strength?
10.
Okay, that's fine.
And we'll go find Gajar.
You saw him go up the stairs.
So
Move
I
your
will also
movements.
go up the stairs.
Yeah, whatever movement you can do in a turn.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35.
And then your action to move.
Oh, okay.
Or to dash.
And I won't make you give me control of the piece. I will just acknowledge that I currently have Splattergoo.
Oh, yeah. I can give you control. Nope, not letting
'Cause-
this. Here you go. You have control of it.
Thanks.
Kenny, are you also going with Harold to try and stop Gajar?
I don't know, because Limus knows that Gajar is not. Limus knows that there is a difference between what's happening and what Gajar is understanding. Gajar would not run away from Limus. Potentially Harold, but not Limus.
I mean, I wish you were wrong.
So I'm trying to think of a way.
But also, can I just say how much I enjoy the fact that everybody but Roland no longer questions Harold just carrying bodies?
Well, we're used to it at this point.
Right.
It's not a matter of being used to it. It's the fact that it clearly can't be stopped without killing you. So, like, why draw attention to it?
Hey, ball's in your court, though, Limus. What are you doing?
Would you rather it be a charm person every time you tried to pick one up to convince you to not?
You said the
no,
magic
but at the same time, that'd be
words.
flavorful.
Well, to be fair, that would only work once a day.
Not if he
What do
fails.
you want,
Not if he,
soda?
it only.
Okay, all right.
No, even if he fails, it's still only once a day in the long run. Yeah, it'll be for an hour for that day, but
Is it? So how did you guys get so far? Because you're
I can move 35.
you move your normal movement, and then you use your action to dash, which is your movement again.
all right. So if I move my movement 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, that's Chris.
Huh?
You move more than
Huh?
double. Your
Hold
movement.
on. Where were you? Right here?
I was here.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Okay.
Diagonals are only 5 and 5e.
All right.
Do you want
Charm person does not say anything about once per day.
I thought it did. I thought it said
Nope.
something about for 24 hours.
Where are you at?
No, it does not.
I know some of them do.
Harold,
Some
you don't
things
have,
do,
like,
and
a
I believe when
wand
they-
of switcheroo, do you?
I believe if they pass, they're
no.
supposed to.
All right,
supposed to
then
get
there
fixed.
is no way of fixing this.
Either way, they do know that you did it, though.
Yes, that is still true.
There is absolutely no way I can fix this because I am not going to be able to get close enough to Gajar.
You don't know that. You don't know what he's doing.
If I double move, I'd be in range and won't be able to do the thing I want to do, which means Gajar's turn, they will move out of range, which means
I
my
didn't
next
even think
turn
about
will
the
be
fact that I
spent
could use
getting
hold
back in
person.
range, and I won't be able to do the thing I need to do.
Right, but you don't know if he has an end goal that he's trying to get to.
Can I cast Hold Person on Gajar?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kenny. I'm sorry. You saying a thing you could do reminded me that I could do a thing.
But that is an action. So
That's
you would
right.
have to give up
but I
on your
dashed.
Right.
Okay.
And at the bottom of the stairs, you can't see him at the top.
And that's the problem I'm running into, Chris. To get within range to do anything, I need to double move, which means I can't do the thing.
I will still reiterate, at some point, whatever he's hallucinating will get him to an end point.
Which is, I think, what Mike's leading us to here is, hey, you're not stopping him. Just go along for the ride.
I'm in the same square as you.
You can't share the same squares, though.
Fuck.
So,
but
the
that's-
next question I have on that is, do we... I mean, I guess I don't really feel comfortable letting Gajar find an end goal to whatever this is alone.
Both of these scores was 35,
Okay.
Kenny, so you're fine.
I have the utmost faith in Gajar. I think either one of us, Chris, can potentially fix this, but...
If you guys want to do a medicine check, you can.
Okay.
Medicine.
I got up to get a drink, but I can roll that in a second. Because, I mean, I guess my only thought is, 1,
22.
Anyway, that's good enough.
there is currently a war going on, and an asshole half-elf running around.
The way that his eyes looked as he walked by you, you're pretty sure he's hallucinating.
Yeah. Which I could fix if I can be within range.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my turn.
So Tucker, it's your turn. Let's see. Move yourself. I'll move you there.
That's my medicine check, which I'm assuming gets me the same as Kenny's got him.
Roughly. I will reveal to show you where you end up. Because you inevitably do see the whole chamber.
Wait. Can't you not be charmed or something, Tucker, off of one of these items we got?
Nope.
I can't be.
Oh, is that
charmed.
just...
Not a
okay.
charm effect.
Well...
He took some drugs.
yes.
Unintentionally.
My favorite pastime.
anything,
Illicit
it's-
substances.
If anything, it's a poison.
Detect poison.
But it's not.
Detect cocaine.
Several.
Close.
Did you just say several?
I said several.
Um,
Can he never change?
I'll
Art
do my
does
best.
have a 30-foot swim speed.
he does.
And there you go. Limus does not have a swim speed, or if I have a swim speed, I can't cast spells. So
Just fine.
This does
You,
not fix itself.
I feel like we're about where we need to be, because I looked ahead and there's a froggy.
You do see a frog in the water, or in that land. But as you get into the water, Tucker... Oh, sorry. Please roll me 2d6s.
Just Tucker?
Yes. Okay, so actually you don't move this turn. That was
Yes, I would.
my bad. You
No,
are
I
still
would-
here.
That was one. That 2 would still have me in here.
No. No. The first one is your first roll that I needed. That moved you up to here. The second one, you do not move. You do not feel compelled to move that on this turn. So ignore the fact that I just revealed this chamber. I have rules for this that I have to follow. I'm just gonna... But yeah, you guys see that he does not move this turn. Still muttering to himself, but he's not moving.
Alright, so if he's not gonna move, then now's a good time to cast spells.
Oh, hold on. No. Sorry. Technically, Kenny is one lower, and Chris is one higher. Tucker, make an attack roll on Chris.
Why does...
Because the
Gujar
even
not get
does that. The even does that.
If that's the nat 20 we wanted.
Yeah, right?
But I'm cool with it. Draw your card.
Are you cool with it? That's 15 damage, or you have 15 health.
The last D8 is something different. Wow, max damage. And also 1d6 bleed damage. So at the start of each of your turns, you take an additional 1d6. You take an additional 6 points of damage.
So you are at 0.
Wait,
Uh,
hold on. We can use potions as a bonus action, right?
Yep.
Can I use a potion as a bonus interrupt action?
But you can do it on your turn.
All right.
You won't die before the start of your turn.
I don't know. That's a lot of damage right there.
If he was at 15 health, he is dead.
That puts me at negative 11.
He is not dead. In 5e, you have to go negative half your health in one attack.
No, it's negative half your health, or half your health in one attack.
No.
Yes, it's the same massive damage rule that's always existed.
So I'm assuming I see Gajar swinging this attack at me.
Jabbing, but yeah, it's a rapier. It's not a swinging sword.
But either way,
And
in one set of attacks, you have to hit negative half. Well, at this point, you're now rolling death saves. Any attacks on you is an automatic success, and you get 2 fails. At 3, you
Okay.
die. But right now, you need to do a death saving throw.
With that, while that attack's incoming, though, can I tell Limus, "Don't worry about me. Help him."
Sure.
How do I roll a death saving throw?
Roll a d20, no modifiers.
Got a 9.
You fail. You get one of your 3 ticks.
Yeah, you have
Okay.
one fail.
Is it a DC 10?
10 or higher.
Yeah, basically, if you roll double digits, it's a pass.
Limus, it's your turn. Harold is on the ground, kind of bleeding.
Yeah.
Bleed damage is negligible.
No, definitely bleeding. He's taking 6 additional damage each turn until that is healed with a specific check to do that.
What's
But
the
I'm
specific
assuming
check?
you don't actually see Harold bleeding.
That's fair.
What's the check that needs to be done?
It's a medicine in 5e. It's healing in Pathfinder, but medicine here.
Are you able to? Is a person able to do that check on themselves if they're stable?
Yeah.
Cool.
And
Cool. I'm gonna. Do I have to start with the bonus action? I forget if there's a weird rule to that.
No, you don't have to.
Then I am going to. I'm gonna start by using a potion of greater healing, and I'm gonna use it on Harold. 4d4 plus 4 is what I'm rolling.
It's 20. You're not rolling. It's max damage apparently. It's max rolls apparently. It's 20.
So that leads to another question though.
I'm checking.
How I'm assuming you know what I'm going to ask.
Yep. So I believe how we've always done it in my other group was that you drop to 0, period.
Well, he was at 0.
Oh, Mike doesn't know what I'm going to say. So I'll...
We've
Well, what's your
already
question?
said healing potions do work on you as is.
Well, how does one take a healing potion? How would Limus know how to give Harold a healing potion?
It's magic. I would just throw it at you and it does the thing.
I'm assuming must be drunked.
Okay, that's what I thought. Negative hit points do not exist in 5e.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you
all right.
heal up to 20.
Yep, so it doesn't matter how it gets thrown into your gullet and somehow it makes it to you.
Okay.
Again, you were forgetting that you are wearing a suit of armor. I.e.,
But you know
the mouth of
you know
this
what
thing is your mouth, technically.
so I go back up to 20?
Yep.
Do I pop right back up?
You're on the ground.
Yeah, you're prone.
But like, gasp. All right, alive.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right,
Then-
well, that sucked.
Your saving throws get erased. You have no fails, no passes anymore.
Okay.
And yeah, Limus, what else are you gonna do? That was
gonna-
your bonus action.
I'm going to try to charm person. I'm going to try to charm Gajar.
Charm jar.
Okay. Tucker, you know what you have to roll.
Wisdom saving throw. What's my DC? My DC is not that high. You have to beat a 14 to not be affected by it.
You have a bonus to your wisdom.
No.
Hey, you've effectively been charmed.
I just sent a terrible but great meme to the Discord.
Jesus. Y'all need Jesus. So yeah, I charm Gajar and say, hey, I don't know what's going on. We're your friends. I'm Limus. You seem to not recognize me. I don't know what's going on. Harold's here too. Everything's okay. You're with friends. Everything's okay.
Okay. He seems to understand what you said.
Okay.
Gashar, roll d6, please. Okay. What were you going to say, Tucker? You said, oh, actually.
Technically, if I'm engaged in combat, I have advantage on the charm person roll.
You're not engaged
Okay.
in combat. We are not fighting you.
He stabbed me.
He was in combat with the thing in front of him.
Yes, hold on. If you or your companions are fighting it, Gajar can fight us all he wants. As long as we don't fight him, it doesn't matter.
All right, fair enough.
It says as long as you or your companions. He is currently fighting you.
Yes, but in this scenario, he's not a companion. He's not fighting himself.
Huh?
Nobody is fighting Gajar.
You technically cast a spell on him.
I cast a spell on him. I'm not fighting him.
That would mean everything has advantage on charm person every time forever.
Yeah.
That's fair. No,
We
No, I
are
agree with
not
Kenny.
engaged
There-
in
there-
combat.
yeah,
As far as I'm
I-
concerned, Harold and Limus do not have an initiative number right now.
No,
Gajar
Kenny,
might.
that
Kenny,
is
I'm definitely agreeing with you. Otherwise, charm person would always be rolled with advantage. You have not struck a blow. There would be no advantage in return.
that's fine. I understand that. Under what Tucker is currently affected by, he is currently in combat.
Yes, but my companion is not. If he is fighting
Yeah,
us,
Mike.
he is an adversary, not a
I think
companion.
we're splitting hairs here.
No,
on.
no. I know what Mike's saying. Otherwise, you could never use charm person in melee against an enemy. But in this specific case, you can if they're not fighting back. It doesn't matter if you are being the one. It doesn't matter if the caster is being fought. If you and your side has not struck back, there's no advantage. And
Hold
I
on.
agree. I do
So
agree with that.
I'm more confused now. Hold on. What are we saying is giving you advantage?
The effect of charm person, and does so with
Okay.
advantage if you or your companions are fighting it.
I was thinking it was something to do with being immune or advantage against charmed stuff.
No, just a thing within charm person.
Okay, then yes, that's fine.
I had it open and I was reading it and I went, "Oh, hang on, what's the phrasing?" And I kind of had this thought faster than my brain could keep up with the effect, and caused this kind of pointlessly. And I apologize.
No, that's fine. I was under the impression that it was against the charmed effect that you were trying to say something. That's why I was thinking that what you were saying, Kenny, was wrong.
Okay.
But you rolled an even, so please make an attack roll on the closest thing next to you.
Well,
Hey, 26.
wait, no, hold on.
Yep. I know what you're about to say. Based on what he rolled, the closest thing to him is viewed as an enemy.
So it's Harold is currently both an ally and an enemy.
Nope, he's no longer an ally. The effect that he is under caused the closest thing to him to become a hostile creature.
Okay, so my communication through magic to him did nothing other than make him
Nope,
go,
no,
you're
"Okay,"
still
a friend.
Nope, you're a friend.
until I get close to him, and then I am an enemy. If
Depends on which one he sees as an enemy.
if Harold and I were switched positions, I would be an enemy, still charm personing him.
Yeah.
That is impossible.
This trap sucks, as Tucker sent to me. It does.
No, but like if you're gonna bring it up, I did kind of cheat and read the trap because I was curious about it. This is awful. I don't know who
Yeah.
wrote this. This is legitimately written poorly.
I'm not going to do the full 10 minutes.
Yeah,
That's just the deal.
that's the worst part. This is 10 minutes. This is up to an hour of game time doing this. It's not poison, so you can't neutralize it. This is stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then let's do this. Whose turn is it?
Tucker is currently attacking Chris.
Okay.
Roll your damage, Tucker, because you did hit. Hey, he's still up.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this isn't a comment on you. This is a comment on the writing of this trap. This is
No,
just
I'm aware. I rewrote how much turns it's gonna last. I have a number tally going. I know how much to do it for.
Cool.
Good, because 10 minutes is just that's not fun. Like
No, that's 60 turns. I'm not doing 60 turns of this. But it is Limus's turn.
Cool. Limus says, Harold, take 1, 2, 3 steps backwards. And Limus takes 2 steps backwards.
Okay.
Fun. Okay. Just wanted to see the wording on it.
Gajar, we are friends. We will not hurt you. Just calm down and hang out for a minute. Just
Harold,
talk with us. Just sit down. We're all gonna take a sit, and we're just gonna talk this out.
Harold, it is your turn. Unless you're going to do anything else, I'm sorry.
That's
You did your...
that's all Limus has.
Okay.
Can I like prop Splatter you up against the wall like he's standing up?
Sure.
I'm gonna do that and then take 1, 2, 3 steps back. Can I disengage to not get an attack of opportunity on me?
As you go to take a step away, you see that he doesn't move.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can talk freely, right, on each other's turns.
Within reason.
Okay. This is how this ends. For the next 10 minutes, we are not in combat. I am pleading with Gajar to just stand or sit there and talk to us. Whether he speaks or not is different. Charm Person lasts for an hour. So I am waiting the full hour before we go anywhere near him. We are out of his attack range. This is how this ends.
Okay. Gajar, please roll a d6, please. Please move towards the closest thing.
The closest thing would be a dead body.
Nope, it's not the closest creature that's alive.
I tried. I didn't think it was gonna work, but I tried.
I know. Unfortunately, it keeps rolling even. Do your attack.
I don't know if you will answer this question, Mike.
Yeah.
What does Gajar have the ability to do on his own volition right now?
Nothing.
At all.
At all.
this trap sucks.
He either moves towards a certain point, or he attacks the closest thing viewing it as hostile.
But if he's not being attacked, granted he might be hallucinating, but he's not hallucinating being attacked.
Nope, but you guys are terrifying frogs to him, thus the peace.
We were in a cave with an evil stalactite asking us if he could eat us, and he didn't attack him. So
It's
Is
suspended
this actually the
disbelief,
piece
my
for this,
friend.
Mike, or is this a Five Nights at Freddy's character?
It's just a
Yeah, I think it's a Five Nights at Freddy's
it
character.
definitely is, yeah.
yeah. It's just you kind of gotta roll with it, Kenny, because you're not wrong. There's definitely been way scarier shit than man-sized frogs.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, Kenny, at all. This trap
What
is...
What is this
So
echo?
this trap runs its course, period.
Yeah, if you fail to roll, it just runs its course. And that's why I asked if you guys walked into the room with him.
The only again, I feel a little bad for having read it, but I wanted to know how bad it was once it kept getting worse. Like it's the 10 minutes is terrible, and the only other way I can see out of it is it only affects the chamber, things in that chamber.
Right, and that's why it affected you, because you're the only thing in there.
And now I'm not in there.
Right, so how would the rest of the trap work?
It wouldn't. It would fizzle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As soon as you run out of the room, it fizzles.
Right, but you saw what it does. It can't fizzle.
I mean, it absolutely can.
But apparently, any
Oh,
amount
oh.
of magic against it can. A level 9 spell would do
Only-
fucking nothing against this trap.
Only a slight tweak of it would be that, like, hey, if you inhale the dust, the remainder of the dust makes you see shit. So as long as you're not every time you look into the room, horrible frog monsters. Outside of the room, regular frog monsters.
Yeah, but Tucker, you read the whole trap. It compels you to move to a certain point. how else would it keep doing that to get you to that certain point? Because it does say once you get there, something happens.
Oh yeah, heaven. I didn't actually read that far, and heaven forbid you're hasted and can just make it. Yeah, is the option you drown? Like,
Yeah.
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 Yes, this trap sucks, Mike. And and I don't feel bad saying that because it's not your trap.
Thus, why it's only a certain number of turns. You're almost done. So to just tell you it all, because
Look,
he won't drown fast enough. The point being is that he would end up in the lake underwater for the whole 10 minutes,
Thus,
Like I said,
drowning.
and or attacking the whole party and killing the whole party. One or the other.
You know
Yeah,
what? You know what? Fuck it. Go drown.
He has to roll odd.
yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Is I need rolls to do that. Like I said, like, just keep doing the rolls. Again, Mike, it has nothing to do with you. I'm not commenting on you in the slightest. This trap just fucking sucks, and I'm definitely not using it with the kids.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's kids. I'm using it with you guys. But you do hit Harold. He has a 15 AC.
This is awful. I spent the entirety of the long road poisoning the fighter and reducing his constitution, and this is worse than that. The fighter spent the entire
Down to 0.
chapter with an 8 constitution because I poisoned him
Roll
almost
a
every night.
d20.
Jesus.
No,
And
hold
that's
on.
death saving.
No. Limus is technically first.
And this is
I'm
worse.
going
than
in the order of turn order.
I don't roll death saving throws when it happens.
No, it's only on your turn.
Oh, okay.
So you drop to 0. Limus, it's your turn. Harold has fallen again.
Don't eat my charger, you idiot.
All right, what's the rule for casting as a bonus action and an action?
As long as one of your spells is a bonus action spell, you can cast. So one of the spells has to be a bonus action spell, and one of the spells has to be a cantrip. It can be the same thing, so it can be a bonus action cantrip, and you can cast anything else.
But I cannot cast a level 1 spell as an action and a level 1 spell as a bonus action.
Bonus action, correct. At least one has to be a cantrip.
All right, well, that's not going to fucking happen.
You know what? I'm going to be a kind DM. High or low, Chris?
Low.
Cool. Take your potion of healing, deduct 1 from them, and you heal that amount.
Okay.
Cool.
As you fall down, you crush one of the potions, and it covers your skin.
It rubs the potion on its skin.
So I believe you heal 2d4 plus 2, so 10 damage, or 10 health.
Pop back up again. I really don't like this.
But it's still Limus's turn. You are prone, though, on this turn.
Me?
So you have to use that.
That's fine.
Oh.
No, not Limus, Harold. So half your movement will be getting up.
Okay, so...
So Harold is living, but just because he fell on a potion that you don't know about. You don't know that he fell on a potion, but he's talking.
All right, Harold, just run away. As soon as you can stand, just run away, okay?
I mean, do you want him to stab you?
I don't think he's gonna stab me.
Also, y'all are just faster than me.
True. Charm person. All right, so I'm friendly, that's it. I can't convince you to not be charmed anymore.
Knowing how your spell works, because you know how your magic works innately.
Mhm.
You can tell, even when he's attacking Chris, that it's technically still working.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong that you did with the spell. It's just whatever is affecting him is overriding said spell.
Every machine is a smoke machine if you operate it wrong enough.
All right, so I'm here. I cast a spell in this empty space.
Okay.
I cast Entangle.
Okay. Can I make just an aura show up?
20-foot square from the point of origin.
To that 20-foot radius?
20-foot square.
Oh, okay, I see.
Counts as difficult terrain, which means half movement.
Let me redo that because I counted wrong.
I should be able to just do this.
Yeah, that's centered on you is the problem. Oh, that's fair. I can now highlight that.
Yeah.
Okay. That area is difficult terrain. That includes for you guys.
Yep. But if we go here, and he's going between attacking the closest thing and moving away from us, he now has essentially twice as many turns to try to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can control themselves and get themselves off, whereas if I roll movement, it's even worse for me.
Yeah. Anything else?
Let's continue as best we can, because
Mhm.
if it's not 10 minutes, let's get this over with.
So after that, 35. So 5, 10, 15, 20. What's half of 35? I'm an idiot. I don't know why I thought that would help.
17 and a half. So
So
17.
So I would do those 3
5,
hits.
10, 15. I can't stand at 15. Is that 15 or is that 20?
That's 15. That's fine.
15. So I'm gonna stand here. Harold, sorry, you're gonna have to come chill with me or get past me.
You can stand there. Or do a double movement and get further away.
True.
Entangle is instantaneous, so yeah. It is Harold's turn. What are you doing, Harold? Half your movement to get up, I assume?
I have my movement to get up, which
Yep.
means I still have
A quarter of
17
your
feet.
movement left.
Yeah, you have 10 feet of your movement. Or no, you have 15 left, which ends up being 10. Yeah, 10 feet. So you can get here on one movement.
Yeah. I'll do that.
And do you plan on moving further or no?
Yeah, you still have an action. And a bonus, technically.
I'm gonna cast a Mage Hand and just kind of like put it in front of Gajar's face and see if it'll stop. Make him stop.
Sure, you do that.
I am out of options that aren't bolting or
But honestly,
Like,
bolting's a
hold
good
person?
option. What do you mean bolt? As in witch bolt or leaving?
like leaving or using hold person, but if I use hold person, I am getting dangerously low for spell slots for the battle that is still ensuing upstairs.
Honestly, I would advise you to take a double movement, move out of this entangled range. He's got a 50-50 shot if he's moving closer to us or further away. I know that's metagaming, but that math says he's gonna be womboed in this difficult terrain until the end of his spell.
The other thing of me not wanting to move is I don't want him stabbing you.
I'm fine. Do not worry about me. Limus is a little bruised, but is fine. You've almost died twice.
Yes, but Gajar will like say a quick prayer if he murders Harold. I don't think he'll ever forgive himself if he murders Limus.
But Charm Person's still going off. I don't think he will hurt Limus.
But let's not test that theory.
I'm willing to put money on it, and I If you don't get out of here, you will be attacked. So it's a might versus a will.
I mean, let's see, he has 30, which I mean,
He has a breath
you made
weapon.
all this terrain.
No,
you
I
made
don't.
all this
Use
terrain
them all.
terrible.
Okay.
So let's see where we get next round.
He might be able to smite from a distance. I think he has a ranged option.
But we'll see what happens.
You can smite with a bow.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think he has a bow too, because I borrowed it at one point.
I'm gonna double check that. Maybe that's not true.
I think you can.
Is Mage
Well,
Hand
is
a
it
cantrip
like-
for you, Chris?
Melee weapon attack.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you can't smite with
Well, I
bow.
was gonna say, is this like there's a spell in 3.5 I was using. I don't remember what it was, but it was a bardic spell, but they attack their allies, but they use every means necessary. Is that what this is, or do
Nope,
they
it's
just
not
attack?
It's not a spell.
I was also wondering
no,
that,
like,
'cause that
dude-
means that means I can't drown because I just go cast Alter Self and breathe underwater and wait there, and waste the Alter Self, which is a bummer.
Well, my question is, so when he attacks me, is he just attacking, or is he going all out?
He hasn't had to use smite. Otherwise, he'd be using smites.
Okay. Just checking.
If that is an indication.
But we as party members know what is at his disposal, but we don't know what's affecting him, so we don't know what is going to be used against us.
Correct.
Prepping for the worst case scenario.
Mhm.
Which, let's be real,
Right.
Gajar being the one turned is the worst option.
Oh yeah. so
100%.
So final consensus: you're not moving out of the entangle.
Correct. I'm going to stay right
All
where
right,
I am.
Gajar, roll d6. All right, move 5, 10, 20, 25, 30 to here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to this space. That's your turn.
Did he not take half movement speed?
He did. That's why he only got to that far.
I
Took
think
him
Mike
his-
double counted the spaces as he went.
Yeah, it took him one full movement to go out of it, and another movement to basically get around it. It wasn't exact. I actually made him move further than he needed to, because he could have gone 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He could have gone down to here. But I counted it weird, because I didn't realize that. But that is his turn. Limus, it was your turn.
Limus looks at Harold and just says, I don't know. I don't know it. I don't... Where is he going? What? I don't know.
Hey,
Are
I
you
got
saying-
nothing.
Are any of you doing anything on your turns?
Limus
Well, I'm gonna
is
go pick up
struggling
Splattergoo.
to figure out any way of helping Gajar. Charm Person did nothing. Entangle did nothing. I'm running low on spells, and a Wild Shape isn't going to help here.
Well, to be fair, Entangled did exactly what it needed to. It's going to keep distance between us, which is the healthy choice.
Yeah,
I
but
picked
now
up
it's
my
hurting
corpse. That was
us
my
more
next
than
best.
it hurt you.
And then, Limus, are you moving at all, or just going to stand here?
I'm going to double move to get in front of Harold.
Okay.
So
count out 70 feet. So 35 feet,
what?
technically.
Why can't I click on me? Oh, because I'm not using the right one. So
You could, in theory,
5,
if you want to go
10,
35, get to here.
35.
Okay.
And this is where I'm going to chill.
Okay. Harold, you did your thing. You try to roll again, please. A d6. Yeah. Move into the water to here. And you go underwater. Limus, you see him just keep walking away.
Do I see bubbles? Or is
You
he
hear a
holding his breath?
splash as he enters the water.
Alright, I don't think I can see him from here.
You can't, that's why.
I don't know what that means. He's in water. Is he drowning or swimming? I don't know.
Where'd you go, Tucker?
That's a good question.
Hello,
Uh,
darkness, my old friend.
I typed something in the wrong window, and I guess it deleted that. That's
no.
not great. I can't get me back.
Do you remember what your health and stuff was?
Health was 26, and the other one's just AC and passive perception.
26 out of 46.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't know what happened. I guess don't hit the space bar when you're highlighted over your character.
All right.
Okay. You're actually there.
All right, so it's
Okay.
Limus's turn?
Yep.
That doesn't help. How nothing I have helps. Unless I have Dispel Magic, which I don't think I do. No. Yeah, no. What level is Dispel Magic?
I believe it's third.
It's 3 or 4. It's
Yeah,
it's a
it's
higher
third
level thing.
level. I don't. Wait, do I have level 3 spells? I do have level 3 spells. I'm a fucking
Just-
idiot.
Just let it ride. It's fine, guys.
I'm
Worst
pissed.
case scenario, Mike lied and Gajard rounds. It's fine. That is a preferable answer than killing any more time on this awful trap the book put forth.
What is your con modifier, Tucker?
I can
Plus
prep
3.
two?
You're fine.
Again, also, if we're right mind enough, I'm just gonna cast Alter Self and wait at the bottom of the pond because I can just do water breathing.
You are not that like-minded, or that in mind to do that.
But Limus stands at the edge of the water and goes, "So now what?"
You just see him underwater, just kind of sitting there.
Oh, see, I'm picturing more like like clipping down, like the ground's in the way, but constantly swimming downwards.
Yeah, Limus just gets to the edge of the water and is watching at this point. That's it. That's Limus's turn.
All right, Harold, what are you doing?
Harold hates every part of this.
I gotta look up the fucking player's manual. How many level 3 spells can
10.
I prep?
20, 30, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70.
I know 2 level 3 spells. That's fine.
So I didn't see Gajar go in the water. Can I see him above the water
Oh, yeah.
or no?
He's below the water. You can see him. He's kind of just under the water.
Where is he going?
I don't know. He's just sitting there.
Do I see the frog?
Oh yeah, you guys see the frog in the middle.
It's a fucking frog. Why do we care?
Notice the
Um,
size of the frog, my friend.
I can be a bigger frog. I don't care.
Limus.
I'm just saying
Limus.
it's not just a frog.
Limus.
All right, Harold, are you all set with your turn?
I'm trying to talk to Limus.
Yeah. What? Harold, what's up?
So, he muttered something about crazy frog monsters and then ran away from us and is now near a giant frog.
He's definitely
just be-
hallucinating.
Maybe just become a big snake and eat that frog.
I mean, it's a big frog. I can just kill it.
We
But
can just throw rocks at it.
Giants.
Aesthetics.
Giants. Is it a giant frog or a giant toad? That's a needing
I'm not
distinction.
telling you. I'm not telling you.
Go over and
Hold
ask
on.
it.
Nature roll. I've got a +7 to nature. Is it a frog or a toad?
Roll and see.
26.
That is a giant frog.
Fuck. I don't have stats for a giant frog.
So I double moved, which means I can't cast the spell, right?
Correct.
Like,
If you have a bonus action spell, you could.
you know I don't.
Exactly. So no.
Fine,
Is that your
Gajar gets
turn?
to go round.
All right, you try to roll d6, please.
Even. He stabs a
Cool.
fish.
You're sitting in the pond. Linus, this is your turn. He has not moved. He is sitting in the pond.
This is meta knowledge, and I don't think you should answer it, even though I'm gonna ask. It's a con saving throw to hold your breath underwater, and in D&D it's ridiculous, right? You can hold your breath for a really long ass time.
Yeah.
All right, then I'm not fucking worried about it.
Like I said, worst thing that happens is Gajar dies. Second worst is he passes out, and hopefully that's enough to fucking stop this.
All right, let's see. What do I have? I'm gonna fucking try to kill this this frog. I'm gonna shoot it with my bow.
Go ahead.
I don't know what purpose this serves, but I'm not above killing animals. I love them. I am one. I will kill them. I do not care.
That's fine.
D20 plus 6. Is a dirty 20 hit this frog?
It does. Roll damage.
10 damage.
It is still up.
Fuck. Bonus actions. How hurt does Harold look?
Hold
A zombie. Got it.
on. I need to actually look at his actual piece. Decently hurt.
Then that's my turn.
Okay.
That is my turn.
Harold, your turn.
Okay.
You got any cantrips?
I mean, yeah. I just... He's in the water.
He's fine. I'm sure he's fine. Worst comes to worst, I can go dolphin kiss him.
We're gonna come back to that one. We're gonna firebolt this frog.
Okay.
Oh, now is the time I should ask. Is it at all possible that anybody we've killed in this cave or in the pile of treasure that I saw did I come across a bag of holding?
No.
Damn. All right.
I'm assuming 17 hits.
I think you have enough money to buy one at this point. So
I
we just gotta get
definitely
there.
do, but having it
Oh,
right
16.
now is more helpful.
It is still up.
Mike.
What?
You mentioned something earlier about a portable hole, but you and I hadn't actually talked about it. So do I actually have one, or is that a later thing?
No, I thought you did. It's a later thing then.
No, not yet. But we have talked about me needing one.
Yeah, you'll get one eventually.
Okay. Tucker's turn.
Tiger, roll a d6, please. Cool. You're gonna sit in the lake, and as your turn ends, hold on. Let me fill in. Okay, so as your turn is ending, you realize you're sitting underwater, and your friends are sitting at the edge of the water lake thing you're in, staring at you. And they're definitely your friends. You feel compelled that they are your friends, and they mean you no harm.
Cool, good turn.
Stays. Fuck it. I'm staying.
Make a perception check, Limus.
I think I'm good at those. Perception. Yes, I'm very good
Yeah,
at
I
those.
thought my passive perception of 16 was gonna do me good, but it hasn't seen shit.
Yeah, but a 19 is pretty decent.
So you see one set of clouds over his eyes disappear.
Through the water?
ones
That's
that-
hell of a perception check.
Yep, and the ones that you have put on him are still there.
I dispel charm person.
Hey, Limus charmed you. And you're underwater. Anything
You know,
else you're getting?
I also have charm person, and I don't think you can make someone go drown themselves in charm person.
No, you definitely can't. So you're not sure what's happening.
Yeah, those are definitely unrelated thoughts there.
Holy shit, that's a dynamic shift between Gajar and Limus. You try to get me to kill me?
No, but you definitely remember opening a chest with your mage hand, there being a puff of something. You went in to look at the other spell book, and that's the last thing you remember. But is Limus, are you doing anything else?
I'm still gonna try to kill that fucking toad.
Okay, roll to hit the toad.
24 to hit.
It hits. Roll at least 1 damage.
There you go.
Okay. So at the end of this turn, stuff is going to get a lot worse for you guys. So out of turn order, Harold,
You stop.
What,
halfway
Mike? I
through
missed that.
are you doing anything, Harold? As you see
Uh,
Limus dispel a spell that's on Kishar.
I would still like to try and murder that toad.
It's dead.
Toad is dead.
Oh,
I got it.
then. All right. I point over to this thing that I'm trying to ping, but I'm on the wrong button. Here, and say,
Hold on. I can't see what you're pinging. What are you pinging?
The staircase.
right here.
It's a staircase.
Gajar, you almost drowned yourself. Let's take those stairs. And I'm going to double move because I'm sick of being in this cave. Around there. That looks right. Oh no, I get more.
Before you move, go back. Before you move, go back. You see that those stairs move up. Or... yeah, let's say that they go up.
Does the water go farther past this point?
Oh, it does.
Damn.
Based on what you can see, you're pretty sure you're at the furthest down you can go, minus the chamber where you found the spell books that were further down.
And this is another way to go, right?
Yes.
Then I'm gonna go that way.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
I know I should
30.
probably set up a spell circle, huh?
And I will inform them that I am going this way.
Okay, you guys have been informed
Informed of what?
that he's going north.
Some thin ass water if I can hear all this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm waiting until Gajar surfaces to talk to him.
No, that's fine. Limus lets you know that he's going up.
Alright, fine.
Not Limus, Harold. Let me see if I can get this to paste properly. Nope. Sure, that works. Yeah, so Gashar, your turn. And this will be the last turn in turn order.
Just gonna surface if I'm allowed.
Yeah, and are you gonna head towards land?
Yep.
Okay, that can be your one movement.
Yeah, I don't. I have no idea what happened with him, but I assume you were trying to help, so thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You almost killed Harold twice. I didn't think that was that out of character, but you ran away from me, which was weird. I apologize
Did
for
you
charming you, but I was trying to break you out of whatever trance you were in.
did you pick up a spell book by any chance?
No.
Yeah, right, that means Harold has it,
Hopefully.
which means we should no. Yeah, I know he has it.
Okay.
The lad's drive for loot is extreme. I want to read it before he gets to keep it.
Okay. I can't be sure that he actually has it. You went in the room and then bolted out. We didn't go to the chest.
Harold did.
Okay, never mind. Then yeah, he's north-ish this way. He said he was going that way. We can probably catch up to him.
Aye.
So you guys catch up to each other.
Ba-doop.
And in this chamber, as you walk in, You
the
see-
giant dildo monster.
you see on the floor. Hello? Polygon reveal.
Were the bodies hit?
Let
What?
the bodies hit the floor.
Oh. Haha.
Ha 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 ha.
You see inscribed on the ground,
They're making a
Hey.
philosopher's stone.
you do see
Yeah, I
a,
have plenty of legs and arms to sacrifice.
a teleportation circle on the ground.
We definitely wrote it down somewhere, but I have no idea where we wrote it down.
You do have the word. Because you explored it. Let me just find it real quick.
Yeah, we definitely have it. I want to say it starts with a D.
Yep, Trazier.
Yeah, I know we have the word. What does it?
But yeah, you see the teleportation circle that you've been.
Yeah,
Wait, was
shall
I informed about this teleportation circle?
I assume at some point you were.
No,
No.
no,
Okay.
That's
Okay.
the
I
thing.
don't
That,
think-
that doesn't sound like a thing they would have told me. What is
no,
that?
no. More accurately, I don't think Kajar mentioned it to anybody. Thinking back, it slipped my mind. Then the meeting with Esbara popped up. No, I don't think Kajar talked about this.
Yes, you did in the meeting. You told Esvara,
Oh, I did. Yeah, we did come up to Esbara because he suggested it was in the basement.
and thus you were
Oh,
all
okay.
there. You were all there for the meeting.
Okay. Yep.
So then this did happen. Yes. So I guess that's our way out. I don't particularly want to leave yet, but I don't want to go back through either.
I mean that's the problem now, isn't it? I'd love to go up. Actually, I am gonna go upstairs real quick.
I'd like to deliver this to Snapjaw and see if I can kill Born Grey.
I agree with half of that. You know, Born Grey. I'm not sure he's a cultist actually.
I mean, doesn't matter
I-
what he is. He killed my zombie.
I think he just owns the castle. However, letting
What's-
Snapshot know is at least something respectable I should do.
Now is
Yeah.
Alright, so you guys
Snapjaw
are-
a good guy or what?
Oh
We
no,
like
I'm pretty sure
Snapshot.
nobody here is a good guy, but at least we're allied with him, and I want to make good on that.
All right.
Yeah, and something about giving him this corpse seems right.
Well, I mean, you give corpses like normal people give flowers, so sure.
I mean, I
So,
think
Rob-
I think all he really needs is the hat. Splatterku had.
So as you guys, so rather than move you all back over there,
Yeah, we don't need to go back up there. I'm not really going to engage in a fight. I mean, best case scenario, Limus just casts invisibility once, and we just kind of
Yeah.
I just give him that mental connection and toss the thing at his feet.
Yep. We can do
Yeah,
that.
that is-
unless Born Grey is there for me to stab, we don't.
that
need
is
to be
the
in-
wrong piece.
That was Alex.
Yeah, where did I put Born Gray?
I don't know.
Oh, right here. Derp.
Nice.
So as you surface, you see that most of the bullywugs, if not all of them, have been either driven away or killed. The lizard folk numbers are definitely lower.
Can you scoot Snapjaw up 1 square? Thank you.
Why?
I want to look at Born. Why would you scoot Born Gray up? Snapjaw is still over his
oh.
face. I'm trying to look at the picture
Gotcha. That's what you
to
want to
see it to see if he's dressed like a cultist.
You have the book. Just look at the book.
Mike, I'm trying. The only reason I opened it up was because the poison was gnarly and that was getting real shitty, and I was worried about that. I'm trying
Yeah.
not to metagame because I don't exactly remember all this stuff yet. I only know where we're going next. I know literally nothing else about it.
Yeah, I made a But anyways, I only made that last 10 rounds for you, by the way. That was only 10 rounds.
10 minutes is stupid. Whoever designed that trap needs to be fired. That's awful. I don't care if the DC's low or however you have to set the DC. That's just awful.
DC on that. The DC is 11 plus the number of pots that you broke, and I rolled a 5, so 16.
I don't know. Born Gray looks kind of culty to me.
He's got that
but
red
as he-
circle around him that says enemy to me.
in theory.
He does have pretty sick armor, though.
But you see that him and Snapjaw are actually talking now that the fighting is over, and you see them shake hands as if something came to agreement.
I, ignoring the shaking hands completely, just scream, "There you are, you son of a bitch!"
You're back. You survived.
Is this Born Gray or Snapjaw?
Little both. They kind of both say at the same time, roughly. Born Gray looks fully healed. Not a scratch on him.
Yeah, right. So, it seems like everything I like happened up here. Born Gray, what are you? Did Splattergo have any leverage on you? What was any of that?
I don't know who splattered your nose. I want to do the best I can for Resmir. And
all right,
yeah, all right,
if-
Harold, do what you gotta do. Even footing
Okay.
now. You're just actively ignoring whatever he's trying to say. Gajar's gonna throw the.
As you move forward, Snapjaw steps in front. No. He's come to an agreement with the lizard folk. He's gonna help us for real this time.
he needs to pay.
I am still gonna throw the head to Snapjaw.
Remember
I'll toss Splattergoo right at his feet too. I got you a gift.
I thank you, and thank you as well for so we can put the leader to rest.
Do whatever it is you need to do with it. Look, I'm pretty sure there's no right answer here. Everything was terrible. I'm glad the bullywugs died. Goodbye.
Harold will grab Born Gray's collar
Nope.
if I'm allowed.
I purposely rearranged because he did step in front before you got to him.
Looking around Snapjaw.
Is it
if I
wrong
ever-
to worship
you
a
first.
black dragon?
That's not the problem here.
Sure it is. He worships a half black dragon. I worship a full black dragon. What is the difference?
I don't care who you
Ooh.
worship. He killed my zombie.
Isn't a zombie already dead?
In war.
I hadn't even hit him. My zombie was sitting in the back, chilling out.
Just take Splattergoo and I don't know, grab a cultist on the way back down.
I will look past Snapjaw if I ever in Elvish, so most only Limus will be able to know, and Born Jaw or whatever the hell his name is.
Born and
Their
gray.
names are Born Snapjaw. Their names are not known. if I ever see you again, you won't even be reanimated. Your head will be on a pike. And I'm going to stomp away and grab a cultist by the leg and drag it with me.
He calls out, I don't think you'll ever pass through the mirror of the dead again, so I should be fine.
I hope not. Have fun. Snapjaw, I still kind of like you.
Did you take this guy or?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take Splattergoo too.
So are you guys going back downstairs?
I'll take a
Yeah.
minute to actually reanimate the cultist. So, Harold Jr. too.
I should have deleted that zombie pog. I'll make you one after.
That's fine.
But
And-
you're back at the teleportation circle.
I need a nap.
And I'll cast Gentle Repose on Splattergoo when I put him in the bag.
Okay, that works.
So he has 10 days of less decay. And my zombie is no longer a bandit, it is a cultist.
No, your zombie's a zombie.
No, but I've been keeping track of what it is because it makes me feel better.
Oh, gotcha.
No frog zombie? Not to be confused with
Well, that's the
frog
thing. I'm
zombie?
going to wait until I can actually reanimate Splattergoo as Splattergoo because he has heals.
True. So what's the plan, Stan?
I'm just going to go stand right at the edge of the circle. Any idea where this goes? Because I don't want to be here anymore.
Me neither, and literally no idea.
Cool to find out.
That's the plan. I mean, I don't want to stay here.
Then I'm just going to stand right on the circle and wait for somebody who remembers the word to do it.
Yeah, just once everyone's in place, we're just gonna use it.
Okay. Limus, are you getting on, or are you gonna hesitate?
I guess that means I hesitate, but I still bloop.
Okay. Just so it looks
My
appealing.
goo.
Just so it looks appealing. Yeah, you guys speak the word, and you are
Pancreas.
greeted. You arrive. As the gate magic disappears from around you, you are surrounded by dark pine woods. Along, and in the distance, not distant, but far enough away, you see the slopes of a mountain valley. The air is cold and fresh. 2 ancient stones stand on either side of you, and no more than a bow shoot ahead. Along a path is a large house, with stone on the ground floor, timbers above. Within sight are more standing stones. Pine branches shift and sway in the gusting, fitful wind. A squirrel chitters and then falls silent.
What did the squirrel say?
Squirrel.
Shit, I'm
Squirrels
cold.
are just Pokemon.
but
They only say their name.
Hold on, I'm going to show you guys what you see. Bam.
I see nothing, Mike.
Oh, the show players didn't show. Okay, hold on.
You said "bam" excitedly, and I was expecting something to change. Okay, there it is.
Oh.
Oh, neat.
I'm assuming not with the dragon, though.
No. That's weird, because I looked up the actual thing and it showed me one. I didn't even realize that.
Yep, it definitely does have a dragon just
Spoilers.
right there.
Oh, that's the actual picture in the book too. But yeah, you see that. And as you look down on the ground where the teleportation circle should be, there is nothing. It seemed that it was a one-way circle.
Yeah, right. I guess I'm gonna go buy a room and sleep for a day.
That sounds lovely.
As you're heading towards the inn or whatever this is, lodge, you're not sure. The ancient building has wooden plaster upper flooring over a fieldstone lower floor. Its shutter windows are all closed. In places, the roof is overgrown with moss. A single door stands slightly open. Smoke pours from one of the 3 large chimneys. Yeah, you guys walk up to the door.
Well,
It
hold
sounds
on.
like we're going to be ambushing you with going further. Are you good? Like, do you have a little more?
I don't have a map, but we can get into the inn and you guys can get your sleep stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on.
Yeah.
Do we trust this place?
I mean, no, not particularly, but
I mean, we slept at the roadhouse at this point. Fuck it.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
look,
on, hold on. And Limus takes out the snow globe and shakes it and spawns our own cabin.
oh yeah,
And we don't have to pay for that.
oh, yeah, we can just do this.
Yeah,
We
you
we-
are
we-
right. To be fair, you are right over where the teleportation circle leads, though.
It also takes him 10 minutes to jerk out a cabin. So.
5 minutes to jerk out a cabin. But we got a butler and a bodyguard and a hot tub.
Oh,
Okay.
hot tub sounds great for my decaying bones.
So you're spending the night in your little hut thing. It is about nighttime
I
when
think
you arrive.
we're
going into
definitely-
the place full up is a lot better.
I like the idea of spawning this thing directly adjacent to the other house,
Agreed.
like door to door, so they're kissing. Because that's what doors are. They're just house mouths.
Pretty much.
I hate that.
So if Mike has nothing planned, does this thing? Do we go in it or does it come out?
I think it comes out and then he has
Yes.
to- Yeah, he jacks it out of the snow globe, and then he has to put it back in the snow globe.
I'm going to assume that you guys put this in a way that it's hidden away, so you're not directly in the view of people.
I kind of like directly in the view, though.
I mean,
Not gonna lie.
No, I also like that, but realistically, yeah, just kind of off in the woods a little further. It's not we
Yeah.
can't hide a house. That's not exactly an easy thing to do. But like,
Can I cast invisibility on the house?
no.
I believe invisibility is a creature.
Mike, here's the important question. So this is a long rest, so I can have all of my spells back, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, you all are sleeping for 8 hours.
Not
And do we
immediately
level
though.
up?
No, but you do level up.
Yay!
Which actually, you don't actually need to rest if you're leveling up.
Fair.
Okay.
Because you get everything back at full.
Do we?
Yeah.
In which case we don't really need to do the house yet, but that means we're level 6, not level 7. God damn it. We need to level up one more time. Mike, can we be level 7?
In 7 or 8 pages, yeah.
Proficiency bonus is +3. I have to roll a die.
I have to take a rogue level.
You
I
sound
need to
so
go-
excited about that.
I need to go into Paladin really desperately, but I have to take a rogue level this level.
Ooh.
Arcane tradition.
Right.
feature.
Level up. How do I level up? I'm going to 6. I get a Druid Circle feature. I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's your Circle of the Moon stuff.
Which isn't spelled out in this book.
Ooh.
PHP?
I believe it is. It's just not necessarily in the spot you think it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's a little bit further ahead.
I have undead thralls now. Yes. Oh, that makes me happy.
You're level 6, right, Kenny?
Yeah. Oh, Circle of the Moon. Combat Wild Shape. At 6th level, my attacks in beast form count as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance.
Yep.
That's all I get for a circle thing.
Which is really good.
Yeah, it's very good. And I get something else. What do I get?
And also you can go up to CR3 now.
Yes.
Ooh, fancy dancy.
Level 6
I get to
spells.
make more zombies, and my zombies are better.
I get 3-3-4-3. Starting at the big one.
I've got a cheeky question for Mike.
3.
Okay.
3, 4.
So I'm about to get a new ability with Mage Hand, not specifically outlaid with Arcane Trickster. I would argue I should still be able to do it as a bonus action with Ledger Domain.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Because that gives me a lot of power.
What exactly are you getting?
Telekinetic. Oh no, it does actually say as a bonus action, so never mind, I don't even have to ask you for it. It's already written here.
Yeah.
As a bonus action, you can try to telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. If you do, the target must succeed a strength DC saving throw, or be moved 5 feet toward or away from you. A creature can willingly fail the save. So now, as a bonus action, I can push Limus back into flanking position.
You can push. You can't pull him though.
But you can push from behind.
I can push from behind.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, if you have your mage hand, yeah.
It's specifically with Mage Hand.
Yeah.
My Mage Hand also has no verbal or somatic components, is invisible, and has a range of 60 feet now.
If you want to update your characters with your new HPs, please, and then I'll copy you guys.
Are you
over.
just a hand wizard now?
I
Shit,
basically have a hand within 30 feet all the time forever.
Damn. Oh, I roll a d8 for my health.
Mike.
Can I roll less than half?
Nope, you get your minimum is the half.
So do I roll again or take 4?
You take 5, I believe. Let me look. You take 5.
So 30. So 41 health.
Chris, did you roll your HP?
I did, yes.
That's a 6.
Yeah, I actually got a 6 this time.
Nice.
At level 6, I get Undead Thralls, which my zombies add my wizard level to their health. So Harold Jr. 2 is gonna go up 6 health.
Nice. Okay. Just remind me that when I make them.
Oh, okay. I thought you already had one made, which is why I said it.
No, I actually deleted that fully.
That's fine.
Or actually, no, hold on. I do have one. It is this one. Nope, it's the next one.
I don't get any more wild shapes, right?
Not yet.
Damn.
That's a later on, like, higher level thing.
I only get 2?
Yeah, but it's 2 of CR
3.
3 and higher.
Yeah, but a
lower.
lot of the animals I can turn into it are flying animals, so I can't turn into them.
Fair, but at the same time, a normal druid can only ever get to 1. Like CR1.
Okay. Fair. Let me check out that list.
You gotta remember, Mike, we're complaining.
There you go. I got you your new Herald.
Harold Zombie 2. Harold Jr. 2.
Harold Jr.
Yes.
And I already updated his health to have the same as your level.
Oh, you asked for the thing to change.
Appreciate it.
What's the 15 for? Passive wisdom. That's what it is.
Are your healths all updated?
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like that level up was very underwhelming.
Yeah, 6 seems like it wasn't much.
I got one
But
more.
7 I'm excited for.
I'm excited for 8,
Well, you got your circle thing.
which is cool, but it's not really going to affect anything that I know of,
Until things have DR,
I guess.
and then you just get to bypass it as an animal.
I guess. I got 5 more health, magic animal attack, and 1 more level 3 spell.
And more CR of animals.
Yeah, which I was going to look at.
In case you're wondering what the next map looks like currently, it's in the works.
Aha!
But I think the next one is going to be a quick one. But yeah, we're ending here for today.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't think you guys were going to head straight up. I thought you were going to take the long way down first. And you guys went straight up. I'm like, well, okay.
Did we find
Nope,
the treasure?
We missed a lot by not
I
going
just
there.
went running.
Did you find what?
The treasure.
What treasure?
Didn't we go into the basement to look for treasure?
No, you
No,
went
we
to
went
the
for that
basement to
portal.
find the portal.
Oh,
No, Kenny, you are correct. The treasure goes through the portal.
oh, okay. Okay, got you.
The treasure doesn't stay here. We're still following the trail of the treasure.
Okay.
Yeah, your
I
next
see what
your
you're
next
saying.
place lands you here,
Okay.
and maybe someone
Yeah.
here has information.
Yeah, we are still following the treasure we took that long road trip with. It was not in the castle, and this was the only way out of the castle.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to have gone this way.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, now that you're looking at your gems, you have 1,800 gold. Or you already told you that, but they look like gems that were maybe supposed to be brought here. And you assume maybe a cultist who wanted to maybe retire with them kept tossing them into the water.
Huh.
And maybe the slime liked them. That's why it moved them.
Okay. Well, it's dead now.
Yeah. Are you telling them that you fought a slime?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you're not dead.
Yeah, no, it went pretty well. I got some gems, which is nice.
Ooh.
And yeah, I killed it. I think I did pretty good.
Yeah, the only real thing that you guys missed down below in the dungeon were like maybe a half dozen frogs, like 4 bullywugs, and then a bunch of centipedes.
All right.
Although there is a cool piece I want to show you because I did make it, so I want to show it to you. It's the
Harold's
centipede
not going
piece.
to, but Chris knows that Limus doesn't really give a shit about gold, and was like, "Ooh, how much does Harold get?"
But this is the centipede piece. Hold on.
are you putting
Unless
it?
specifically asked, Limus is not thinking about sharing it. It's just, I found a thing. It's in my pockets.
We'll do it in the entrance, like the part where you first came down. That's how small that they are. It's a swarm of centipedes.
Where are we looking?
Where did you put it?
Where you first came in.
By the staircase down to the basement level.
Yeah.
Find the Ochiug, go to the left.
Okay. So the centipede room originally.
Yes.
Okay.
Where I am pinging.
I don't
I
see
didn't see a
ping.
ping.
Me either.
Go to the dungeon map
Okay.
where you first went down.
By the centipedes.
No.
Oh,
The-
in the basement.
In the
Scroll-
basement.
yeah, scroll way over to the right.
When you first went down.
Ping again? Oh, there we go. Okay.
That's how small the piece is.
Okay.
This is what a swarm of centipedes looks like.
Blech.
Gross.
And there is 8 of them.
Yeah, that seems unnecessary. Hey, Mike, guess what?
But
I have silvery barbs now.
do you? Nice.
If
there's
Limus isn't
2
going
of you
to
with it now.
specifically share, Harold's gonna go. I mean, do you need anybody to hold any of those gems? Maybe I don't have one.
I don't even know. I said I found some treasure and that I killed a slime. I didn't necessarily say I took it.
That is fair. He did not say he took it.
Roll deception.
I'm not deceiving. I just didn't say that. If you're asking if you can have some, you need to just straight up ask. But I guess that's what you were doing.
That's what I just did.
Then yeah.
Also, Harold, I know you took the spell book. I don't even gotta go back and check for it. I know you took it.
I mean, yeah.
You can have it, but I'm reading it first.
You'll have to figure out what
This is
spells are in him.
this isn't this is an outside of game question because I don't know. If Tucker reads the spell book first, does that
Okay.
take things away from Chris?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, because
No.
otherwise you would never let anyone. And that is a thing you can do.
What's 18 divided by 3?
But you will know, because I do know what's in it, like at least up to something. You do end up having 5th level spells in the big book, and the small one has up to 4th level spells.
Ooh.
And you're pretty sure that Parablex is trying to read them and study them, but he's not a wizard.
Limus hands 500 gold worth of gems to both Gajar and Harold.
Sweet. And
here's 800 CP back for you, friend.
800 CP back.
copper pieces.
Yep.
What say to 2 copper pieces?
Specifically copper pieces.
Yeah, that's for the record. That's 8 gold.
But it's listed as copper.
We ended up with like 60 silver at one point. At least I did.
I only have gold marked down.
You should have it split up.
You can put gems in gold.
Yeah, gems are gold. That's fine. But like copper and stuff like that, keep separate.
I don't think Limus has any of that.
Yeah, I think mostly it's Gajar who's gotten the weird denominations. Also, I'm
Yeah.
kidding. I'm not just gonna give you the fucking equivalent of 8 gold in pen. I'm not gonna give you the equivalent of $8 in pennies.
Why not? If he only has gold, what? If you only have dollars and you're going to a place that does stuff in pennies and dimes, is having a bag full of dollars a good thing?
Oh no, hang on. No, gold would be $10 bills because Electrum comes between them.
It's the same. Gold to Electrum and gold are interchangeable.
No, they're not. There's a separate slot for them.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
It's 10. Electrum is 5 silver to 1 Electrum.
Is it? That's stupid. Why is it a new thing? That's so dumb.
There was a thing in 3.5. It was or in 3.0.
5e, why you gotta make weird choices?
Yeah.
Like legit, some of this is real stupid.
Most people just ignore Electrum.
A lot of it works just fine, and like so much of this is pretty okay.
Wait,
Yeah, the Electrum is basically your 50-cent pieces.
why does
Stupid.
my hit die say total 2?
It should not be 2. It should be 6.
You haven't been updating it, that's why.
Your hit dice should be 6.
So do I roll 6d8 when I'm up doing my health?
No,
No,
those are
no,
the ones you
I-
can do on a short rest to get health back.
Oh.
And you can do up to that number, and then during a long rest, you recover half of what you used, rounded down.
Got it.
Or rounded up. Otherwise, you never get full, so it's rounded up.
Okay.
Yeah, telekinetic seems very good for someone who can already use Mage Hand so expertly.
Yeah. So I'm going to assume you guys are not doing the thing in your little hut thing, because you don't need to.
Yeah, if we level up and heal up to full, then it's fine.
Yeah.
If spell slots come back, that's the important part. I get my smite bullets
Yeah,
back.
we can just go into this mysterious house.
Yeah.
Harold will
Like at
Gajar
some
read
point
the
you will
book,
sleep.
but not right now.
At some point you will sleep, because 8 hours or more than a day without sleep is going to give you exhaustion, but you can at least enter into the lodge and do stuff in the lodge.
Yeah.
Limus wants a bag of holding.
There might
We'll
be
see.
there might be a vendor in the hunting lodge.
Cool.
I hope there is. We got money to spend, and I want to buy a new toy.
I know. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't say anything about having one, but I'm gonna have one in here.
Then yeah, Limus is good to go.
He only sells to
Uh,
cultists.
Well,
I
good
need
thing
to go give this vendor all of my money.
Here's a
Good
thought.
thing you're all-
Okay. Hey, do we need to take off our disguises before we go in there?
I mean, the portal from the cultist castle led here.
Yeah, but like, do we need to be low key about it now, or are we just like blatantly cultists and that's fine?
I mean, you raise a good point. I think we're just gonna roll with it.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, let's just roll with we'll
No,
roll with the shit robes.
I agree with you. It's definitely a little bit sketchy to try it, but I think it's worse for us if we walk in there and they're like, "Oh, you're not cultists," versus, "Huh, those are some weird clothes you're wearing."
We've almost hit the halfway point in the campaign.
Ooh, interesting. Which
Really?
sucks because I could have used my last wild shape to go scout out and then come back, and then level up.
We're probably, in all honesty, like 5 sessions away.
Damn. All right.
Maybe more depending on how long this one takes.
Okay.
Like I'm estimating the final
halfway?
chapter. Yeah, I'm estimating the final chapter is going to take us 5. If I had to
Oh yeah,
guess.
because this is technically 2 campaigns, right?
Correct. There's 2 campaigns put together.
So we're towards the end of the first campaign.
Correct. The first half, yeah. Or the end of the first one, yes.
Does anybody remember what day we started this?
No.
I can look at when I made the Tyranny of Dragons thing.
I think I can tell on Twitch too, because we streamed the first session.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Tyranny of Dragons was made... Am I not able to see this?
Fifth level rogue. Is it anything? Oh, uncanny dodge. That's actually not bad. No, I gotta go 4 levels straight a paladin.
It does not say when it was made. Sad.
I think we only started in like November. It doesn't feel
Something
right.
like that, yeah.
Prefabs aren't necessarily the longest. Also, this one is very kind of quiet. It was one of the first couple of things written.
Yeah.
I've got November 27th as the first session.
Okay. So we've been going about 2 months.
And we did miss a week.
Yeah.
We missed a couple weeks. It's
And
Christmas.
this is, I think, my favorite character so far that I've made.
What are you guys' emails again? I'm gonna invite you to my main. Tucker, you've already seen the map. I just want to show them the map.
SE.
Oh, hold on. Kenny, are you done with your stream?
1 second.
Let's not give everyone your email.
Yeah, right. All right. All right, everybody. We're gonna be ending the stream here. Next session we'll pick up next Saturday, and yeah, we'll continue our dragon campaign. Peace out. Thanks for stopping by. I love you all, and I'll see you
I realized
Monday.
Almost too late. That was a dumb
Bye.
thing to ask on stream.